So what's going on, guys? How we doing? Welcome to Wednesday, Hump Day, post-Christmas celebration for those that did celebrate it. Hope you had a good one. I did. Got to spend time with the wife and the family. All things were good. Which is more I could say for Unity lately, but I'll try and stay off that diatribe as much as I can. But so before we get started, I gotta show this one. I think I've mentioned before, for those who have watched me, I love me some Expanse. So this is something that came out of apparently Loot Box, but I had it in my wish list and managed to get one. So check it out, man. There you go. There is the Rosinante. There. Love that thing. So one of several things I was fortunate enough to get. But there you go. Proof that I'm never growing up. Never growing up. But yeah, Christmas was good. Happy to be working again. Hopefully get some stuff straightened out. But hope you guys are doing well as well. Just say hey when you want. And in the meantime, I'll just start plugging away. For those of you that were watching my Monday broadcast, it was a struggle. For those that didn't, I'll give a quick recap. So I've been using Unity 5.6 for way too long, just because I was trying to get the game done. And unfortunately, there was an adjustment made to the plugin I was using that handles my user data, which is a plugin called Kombu. And I had no choice, because in order to upgrade Kombu, I had to upgrade my plugin, and that required bouncing up to 2017 or 2018. So I reluctantly have gone from Unity 5.6 up to 2018, and let's just say it broke a lot. It was really ugly. I'm still kind of licking my wounds for all the stuff that did break, but getting some of the stuff back in place again. Things are looking better now, but I'm still having issues. Some issues. I was having some struggles with Google Play, getting that set up, but I managed to get that working, so we're back in good shape on that one. I've now discovered an issue with TShareNet, TNet, which is what I've been using for my multiplayer stuff. That one's got me stymied at the moment. So I guess I could play with that a little bit. That's what I was working on right before I started doing the broadcast. And just having all kinds of stuff. It was doing strange things where it would actually say can't call a script on a object that's been destroyed, even though it hasn't been destroyed. Part of it is my fault. Part of it is me, because I'm using TShareNet in a way that wasn't necessarily intended. Traditionally, TShareNet, the way it works is you start off in a lobby, and then you go into a different room, and you do that traditionally while loading a new scene in Unity. For various reasons, I was actually trying to consolidate that and have it not actually load a new scene. So I was doing a switch where I was still in the same scene, but switching rooms. And I don't think TShareNet likes that too much. In the previous iteration, I was able to do it fine, but now, for whatever reason, it's misbehaving. I don't know if it's... Excuse me, I did do an update. I had to do an update on TShareNet as well to get up to speed with the 2018, because it was throwing some new errors in 2018, but at this point, it's doing what it's supposed to when it first loads, right? So, excuse me, when I start a first game and everything is loading fresh, we can see everything comes up nicely, and then the online play comes up. Excuse me. But if I go away and come back, that's when things start getting hairy. So I'm just going to do a one-player game, and if I quit out and come back to the main menu, excuse me, you will see that the online game button never lights up. Excuse me. So where I'm left at is, so the way it works traditionally is when it's in a, because TShareNet it has a do not destroy kind of structure to it, so it remains persistent. So what I ask it to do is, you start off in this room 0, excuse me, sorry, which is the lobby, and then you find a match to pair up with, and then the two opponents go off into a room, and once that completes, you revert back to room 0. And you can actually see I'm saying right here in the text, I'm requesting to join channel 1 now, and I'm sending off the command right? Which is right here, and that's perfect. But then it's never actually resulting. It's never, I don't know, it's just never happening. Because I have on join channel, as soon as it hits, it should actually give some response after that. And I'm getting nothing in the game code. So it's like I can fire it off once, but without actually going to a new scene. Unfortunately, in this new version of TShareNet, apparently I'm having trouble with it returning to the lobby room. And I'm not quite sure how to address that. Because all of this stuff is basically do not destroy kind of stuff. Sorry. Let's see. Yeah, so this, my TNet manager is one thing. But that, I believe, I actually have set up, yeah, as a do not destroy. But then I even tried remarking it out. Sorry. I tried remarking it out, and that didn't really help it. I was hoping by doing that, it would actually just restore it and do it fresh, but alright, so I'll tell it do not destroy and see if that addresses it, but it didn't before, so you know, this is definition of an insanity, trying to repeat something and hoping you get a different outcome. Let me knock this down so I can see my console. Clear that out. Do one player. Hello. Oh, I gotta pause. One player. Clear out my console. Hit reset. And now we're gonna come back to the lobby. And it's gonna hit TShareNet. There it goes. No, that's just my test. That's not gonna. Yeah, that's no. So I have no idea why it doesn't want to actually reconnect. I could tell it to leave the server maybe and reconnect. Just an experiment. I guess I could do that. Team manager, disconnect. And then, well, I got a disconnect command there, but do I actually call that anywhere? Otherwise, I'll borrow that code. Yeah, I do. Okay, I'll leave that alone. All right. Okay, so let me try it this way. We'll try as an enumerator. We'll try and like leave it and return to it. And I mean, this is a hack workaround, but if it works, you know, since it doesn't want to return to channel 0, the lobby, maybe if I just actually exit the server and return into the server, maybe I can get it to behave. Otherwise, I don't know. I mean, then my only other choice after that is to go back and do what TShareNet wants, which is split my game into 2 separate scenes. But I'm not crazy about that idea because everything is so like ingrained at this point. Breaking it up is not an ideal scenario, in my opinion. But if I got no other choice, I will have to do that. But let me see if this works. Leave. Say leave server and return. Alright. So then we'll go say disconnect. Let's see. Bump. Let's say disconnect. While is connected. Alright, and then we'll check. We'll say while we're connected, we'll just hang tight for a little while. Make this a little larger here. Make it legible for you guys, and also make it legible for me. Okay. Oops. Can't spell. You'll return. Oop. No. There we go. Okay. So then we'll wait for it to actually disconnect, and once it's finished, then we'll tell it to reconnect. Let me see if I did anything special when I called it previously. Yeah. Just like that. Okay. Let me see where that gets us. One connect. Join channel 0. Okay. Let's try it. So we're going to just bail completely. Come on. Let go. We'll bail completely from the server, right? And just try and come back to it. Oh, actually, I don't think I called it yet. Alright. Start coroutine. Like that. Leave server, return to server, and keep your fingers crossed. Leaving and returning now. And say left server and returning now. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm getting these little errors are popping up. That's just a remnants of going from 5.6 to 2018. Clear that. It's not an actual code error. So those I'm just ignoring. Not much I can do. Alright, this might work. Let's see. Clear this out. And let's come back and see if it gets me back in the lobby. Here we go. Leaving and returning now. Disconnected. Left server and returning now. Okay. And then we got nothing. Connect. Unless I lost... Ooh, I didn't think about that. Unless I actually lost my lobby channel? Not impossible. Excuse me. Let me shrink this down. Tchernet has this thing where if you leave a room and you don't request for it to be persistent, it actually kills the room, and that includes the lobby. So, but no, actually, because it's connecting the first time, so it has to be okay. So that's not it. Because if it was actually killing the lobby, then you couldn't join in the beginning. Trying to join channel 0 now. Alright, so then on join channel. Oops, let me minimize him. Come on, let go. Ah. Okay. Let's see if we have better results here. At least we'll figure out if it's actually getting to the request to join that lobby again. Excuse me. Okay. And here we go. Leaving connected. Left server A. Oh, wait, it connected, but then... Yeah, so we got that. So I'm asking it to join channel 0. And it never does. Why is that? Channel ID, level name, persistent true, 255 players, stream password. Alright. I'm totally flummoxed by that. I mean, it was working, and now for whatever reason, I can do a quick Google search, but I don't think I'm going to necessarily find anything new off this. Excuse me. So we'll say Tina manager, not. Oops, didn't mean to shout that. Not joining channel. No. No. Nope, it's just me wandering aimlessly in the wilderness, I'm afraid. I don't think I'm going to get any help out of this. Oh, wait. Unconnect, not firing? Get unconnect. I didn't know this actually connected then. I was touching the script to the same game after as T and manager. Okay. Create an joins own empty object and it works fine. Into your build list. Alright, yeah, okay, this is talking about separate scenes. Oh man. Alright, it's starting to look more and more like I will have to go back in and split my game into separate scenes for just the base, and then, oh man, really was hoping to avoid that. Yeah, because it does load a new scene, but it's loading itself. But I guess that's not good enough for it. Let's see, so it's just never... So we do connect, and we tell it to join the channel, and it just will not do it. Let's see. Oh, that's different. Try that. There you go. Watching walking Stephen Hawking. Hey, how's it going, man? How you doing? Just struggling a bit. I'm trying to get my project migrated from Unity 5.6 up to 2018, and it's caused me a ton of headaches. Didn't want to do it, but I kind of had to. What's up with you, man? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Watching join channel. Yep. Let's see, while try it this way. Trying to learn how to, but my English levels only goes so far. Well, you're doing well so far, man. I can completely understand you. So you seem to be writing English very well. But so I thought I would oops, I'm missing a little bit here. So I'd watch a stream to learn both of them at the same time. Well, I'm flattered you chose me. Thank you. Hey, and I got a follow. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the follow. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm sort of like in a... There, it popped up. Cool, thanks, man. Thank you so much for the follow. So, I'm struggling right now. It's, I'll give you a quick rundown. Actually, I'll just mark all this out. Let me do this. Show you what I'm working on here. So, I'm doing a mobile game. It's, imagine Angry Birds and Battleship kind of mixed together. I'll show you one player mode because one player is working. So like Angry Birds, you drag your finger back, right, to target. And then, so here's distance, right? And then here's direction. So I'm going to go like right in the middle. Oh, and I went too far. So this should do it. There. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to hit these bouncing buildings because the bouncing buildings actually power that force field. So if I knock out all the bouncing buildings, force field goes down, I can hit the catapult and it's game over. And that's, in a brief nutshell, what the game is about. Then these crates will pop up randomly, and whoever shoots this crate scores a power-up for 15 seconds. And I missed. This one, the green arrow... Oh, looks good. Thank you. Thanks. So the green arrow, you can see here, so for the next 15 seconds, my guys go twice as fast. So you see the reload meters going really fast here, right? Did you model this yourself? Yeah, I am a one-man team. What you see is me. Oh, I just missed again. With the exception of the character designs. I designed the characters originally. I wasn't happy with it. So I contacted a guy that I've worked with before, a very talented artist named Daniel Thomas. And Daniel actually came up with some art concepts for designs for the characters. But aside from that, yeah, what you see here is me. I am a one-man wrecking crew. I'm doing all the programming and the art. But, yeah, I need a game to be successful enough that I can actually hire people so I don't have to do it all by myself. So, but yeah, this is me. So that's kind of the concept of the game. Oh, and what I didn't do is, you can see on, when I was playing, the AI, he sent out some of his villagers to repair buildings. The catch, though, is when you send guys out, that means you have fewer left on your catapult. How did I learn to code? Oh, let me, and then if you send guys out, that means your reload times will take longer. So I always leave my guys behind unless I'm, like, getting all my buildings destroyed. How did I learn to code? Kind of self-taught. I'm kind of older, so there wasn't really any, classes when I was in school that taught this stuff. So for me, just kind of self-taught. It was started off as a hobby. I've been doing it now. I've been using Unity for 10 years now, and I've been working on it pretty much full-time for 8 years. And just for me, it's just been a matter of getting a bunch of tutorials and just going through everything and either just trying to absorb and learn what those different, tutorials gave me, but then also looking for other people that did something similar and then using that as a reference and trying to expand on that and make it do what I want it to do. The AI was impressive. Did you do that yourself? Yeah, I did. And it's kind of cool. It looks sophisticated, but the AI is actually quite simple. What I've done is, and you can see it like kind of like aiming here, so it looks like a human where it's trying to target. You can see it. It's kind of hard to see, but it like kind of goes back and forth, searching, trying to line it up. So the way the AI works is that it knows the exact position and rotation for everything to hit. That's kind of obvious, right? But then what I do is that I add in a random element in terms of rotation and distance. Oh, and he hit the power up there. So for 15 seconds now he has a cloud bank. Oops, but I see one peeking out of the side here. Let's see if I can get that one. Oh, I missed it. And so then what'll happen is, excuse me, so it'll just kind of have that random element, right? So it's for the first few shots, it's pretty likely that he will miss, although he could still get lucky and then still find it. And what happens is after a random set of anywhere between 3 to 5 stabs at it. And then after that, then it actually hones in and hits it correctly. But when you watch it, it looks like they're trying to find the sweet spot and then narrow it down and hit it. But those numbers, by the way, also change. Oh, and I can hit these guys. Check it out. See if I can. Yep, you can knock them back. You can't kill the villagers, but you can hit them and then reset their work. So, and then the number in terms of like his accuracy and how many times it takes him to actually find a target and hit it, that varies exclusively based on your level, right? So if you're a really good player, then the AI will kind of match you. And also the AI works in the sense that I have it rubber banding. What I mean by that is that if you get way ahead. You know, if you're knocking out a lot of his buildings, but he's falling behind, then he'll get more accurate, right? And then conversely, if the AI is doing a lot of damage and you're struggling, he'll start missing more, you know, subtly, but hopefully miss more, so it gives you a chance to pull back into it. So that way it's always kind of a close match, you know. So it just makes it challenging without being too obvious. But so yeah, that was my approach to the AI. I once again, because I did not take classes, I don't have the correct methodology to do this stuff, but you know, it does work. I have all kinds of cheats and hacks. Something I was also doing, I could show you. Oh, this is a 2-player mode, by the way. So if you're on you want 2 people to play at the same time on the same device, you can do it like this, and you can just see that the 2 players are just dragged side by side. But so yeah, so this is my very first. This is my 6th game, but this is my very first game that I've introduced like multiplayer, real-time multiplayer, and I was incredibly intimidated by the concept of how you deal with, you know, like lag and all that kind of stuff. I never understood how developers were able to pull that off, you know, especially on like a mobile device, you know, where, you know, so you're firing, right, and then everything still stays in sync, and then like if someone runs, you know, it you know, interpolates and guesses where the person's running, so it can always line up. So in my case, I completely cheat. What I'm doing with my game here is that when it fires, that cannon shot there is actually pre-made animation. So the beauty of it is that I can always guarantee exactly where it is and where it's going. And so then all I have to do is when I fire is when I let go, this player sends over to this player the angle, the velocity, and the server time. And once this guy gets that information, then he knows exactly where the shot is. So even if this guy takes like 2 seconds to actually get that information, it knows where that shot should be. So rather than just kind of like falling behind, it will actually make the shot snap into place and go the rest of the way. And so that way, it's a hack, it's a cheat, but you know, it helps to keep the game perfectly in sync, which I would demonstrate, except for the fact that my networking has broken on me, which one of the things I got to look at later on. But so that's it. And then there's the stop sign. If you hit that, you can see the opponents go to sleep for 15 seconds. So he's helpless while I'm just firing away on him. So that's the general gist of the game. And then I say Angry Birds meets Battleship, and the reason I mentioned Battleship is because you can actually customize the layout. So if you customize, edit layout, you can actually place the buildings wherever you want. You can either, I'm right now just hitting the random button, it just drops them in wherever, but you can clear it, and if you want to just do everything by hand, you can just do one by one and put them all in a place. So if you have this idea of what you think the perfect level layout is, you can do it. Just drop everything in, and then I just do this. Then once you get it, this is really good. Thank you. Thank you very kindly, man. I appreciate the kind words. Been working on this. There's about 1.5 years worth of work, but it's stretched out over the last 3 years, just because I still subsidize my game development stuff with animation work. I've been an animator for 20 years, so when I get an animation job, you know, this stuff kind of gets backburnered. So as a result, you know, when people ask, you know, and you're all alone, yeah, I kind of feel like it too. You know, I do. Yeah, I feel that sometimes. Yeah, so, I mean, you know, when people ask, it's like, how long have you been working on the game? And I go, well, 3 years. And they go, oh my God, you've been working on this for 3 years? Well, no, actually, I've been there's about 1.5 years worth of real development time. I mean, even that is an insane amount of time, but, I mean, so much that is tied up into doing stuff that I've never done before. The networking in particular, that's always been the biggest challenge for me. So, but yeah, so once you get a level set up that you like, you can hit save and just hit one of these slots, and then boom, it's all saved. There you go. So you can customize it. And then also, as little rewards, you have these other characters. You start off with just like the regular warrior character, and you can upgrade to all these other characters. Mostly cosmetic change. You can see there's just the slightest a bit of variation to the performance. You know, different things, different tasks they can do. But this is like really, really minor. This is not one of those things that if you get the high-end guy, then suddenly you're just like untouchable. That's not it at all. This is much more about just, you know, cosmetic choices, you know, and the characters all have their own unique animations, right? So it's more of just something to like spruce up your own game with, you know, just, you know, customize it. That also goes for the launcher. You can exchange the launcher. You start off with the base catapult, and then you can unlock these characters. with the Cyclops, the Kraken, or the Dragon. And then for these guys, once again, it's all cosmetic. Will this be for phone? Yeah, absolutely. This is Android and iOS. As a matter of fact, you know what? I haven't done my plugs yet. So if you are a Android user, I can show you this. It is available right now on Google Play in beta. So let me plug this. There you go. So if you have an Android, you feel free to give it a look. The version that's there is slightly older, but unlike what I have right now, it actually does work. Although actually, not on Android. Sorry. Okay. Well, I am going to do an iOS version. It's just that when you're building on a PC, it's much easier and faster to test on Android. But I will, once I get all these things hammered out, I will be doing an Apple version, iOS version, and I will have test flight set up. So you'll be able to play it on there as well. So once I get these last things addressed, I'll let you know. And yeah, so you already got me head up. You're following me on here, but if you want to also keep track, this is my Discord channel. So you know, I'll be posting more news on there as well as talking on here. But if you want to hit me up offline, hit me up on Discord, and I'll be happy to talk about the game or anything else if you want. And then also, if you want to just check out my stuff and my other games, there is my company, ScaryRobot.com. But so yeah, it will be iOS and Android, and the cool thing about it is that it's completely agnostic in terms of it's cross-platform. So iPhone and Android players can play each other, and ultimately I will be also doing desktop versions as well, PC and Mac, and maybe even Linux for the 8 people that play games on Linux. Sorry. Let's see. I love animations, and I would love to do coding. You are doing both. Yeah, and I joke that I'm mostly an artist. I mean, I joke that I'm basically, 85-15. 85% artist, 15% programmer, which is part of the key reason why the game takes so long, because I'm doing stuff that's ambitious for the coding side, for someone that really quasi knows what he's doing. So these are the characters, as I was mentioning. You can unlock them, and it's totally cosmetic. It doesn't change the gameplay, but as a reward, I also give you bonus coins. So when you play matches with these characters, you get extra coins. And the coins come into, when you play online matches, you play for coins. And the more stuff you destroy on the island, the more coins you win. And also, they allow you to unlock these other characters, as well as icons. And this is one thing that I was still needing to address. I haven't finished this yet. This is still kind of in development phase. But these, the little badges, they'll pop up when you play an online match. The badge will pop up next to you. So you can kind of choose which character suits your personality and have these different poses. And then they unlock over time. You see the lock here with the 04. What that means is when you play random matches, over time you'll win these little unlock cards, and then if you get 4 of them for this guy, then he unlocks, and then you can actually buy it for 1,000 coins. And it's just this is totally a cosmetic kind of personalization thing. This doesn't really change the gameplay at all. I'm not a fan of pay to win games, so this is not going to be like that at all. This is much more simplified. I just have the base game attached to it with mostly just cosmetic art changes for you. You have a game called Save the Titanic. Yes, I made a game called Save the Titanic. It was just a goofy idea I had. It was a sort of a joke idea, where it's just like, you're on the bridge of the Titanic. There's the wheel. There's the iceberg, and you have 15 seconds. Turn the wheel. And that's the whole game. And it was something that it was earlier on. I did it a bunch of years ago, and I just tried to slap it together quickly, and ended up doing the whole thing. Too soon, man. Too soon. Well, okay, well, you can yell at me and James Cameron, but Cameron's made a lot more money off the Titanic than I have. But, so yeah, I did it in 5.5 weeks. It was just sort of like a novelty kind of, tongue-in-cheek sort of game, but it ended up finding its own audience. I never intended it, but it actually, blew up on me. I jokingly say that I made the original Flappy Bird before Flappy Bird, because Titanic at this point is at least 6 years old. And then it's just because the gameplay is so simplistic and the art is very cartoony, I think it found its own audience, and as a result, to this date, I think Titanic, between iOS and Android, Save the Titanic game has gotten like over 1 million downloads. And it's, I mean, I feel, it was just, I said million, sorry, 6 million. 6 million downloads. It actually hit number 1 in the game store for like a day or two. And it's just like, the game that I put the least amount of time in, is the one that blows up. So it just completely proves that you have no idea. Yeah, I know. Yeah, 6 million downloads. Seriously. You really have no idea what will hit and what won't. It's a free download, right? It's not like a paid, If it was a paid download and I had 6 million downloads, dude, I would not be sitting in my room. I'd be sitting on my tropical island, my own personal island. But no. No, it was a free-to-play game, which I just had some ads in there. But, and then it just, because it was such a novelty thing, I wasn't really thinking in terms of making this game that was going to do well. Honestly, honest to God, I put my friends' names in the game. When you play a level, if you win or lose, it pops up with this goofy text, right? And it'll say something to the effect of, the great-granddaughter of Mark Ross, who's a friend of mine, right? And I say, would have invented flying hover cars. Do you see any flying cars in the sky now? No, thanks to you, right? And that was kind of the whole joke, it's just these humorous little bits at the end. And I literally just, I put a group of my friends' names in the credits just so I could get them to download it. Because I thought the game would maybe get a dozen downloads. Just maybe a dozen, 2 dozen downloads. Never advertised it, right? Never had any write-ups. No one ever talked about it, right? I was constantly using Google search, Google Alerts to let me know. There was never reviews of it. No one ever touched it. Apple never featured it. Of course, it's, I'm sure they looked at it and kind of went, yeah, no. But it did. It blew up on me for a very brief time. And because it was such a simple novelty idea, right, there's no longevity to it. So what would happen was people would play it, finish it, and move on, right? So it never really had much in terms of shelf life, So it had this meteoric rise, but then it went right back down again. So now it's more of trying to work on a game that brings people in and makes them want to stick around for more than 5 minutes. But yeah, it was a fun novelty thing. Had I known it was going to become the thing that it grew into, I probably would have made more effort to make something more profound. But there's no predicting what will succeed and what will fail. I've made some games that I thought were going to do really well and they've completely fallen flat on their face. So if there's a magic formula, I still have not figured it out. But, alright. Oh, yep, there's a bug. I gotta fix that. Done. Okay. Yep. Yeah, and that's the area I was working on, so that's why it's all broken. Is that my most successful thing? Yeah, that is my most successful game to date. I'd like to think that this game will do well as well. And the game that I'm going to work on next, which I already have on the drawing board, I'm really excited because I think one of the things, had I just made Save the Titanic, had the game just been Save the Ship, and you're on the bridge of a generic ship, and you turn the wheel, it would have gotten 5 downloads, right? 6 million downloads is really great, though. It is, man, and and the tragedy for me was that it was really early. It was only I think my 3rd game that I'd made. So when that happened, it's kind of like, okay, now I've got this beat, right? So from now on, all my games are going to just do fantastic. No, that is the anomaly. That is my unusual outlier game. In Norway, where I'm from, by the way, there are only 5 million people. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm in Las Vegas, Las Vegas, Sin City here, and there's a million people just in this town. But yeah, I know that it is a profound number. To think about. And even now, I have to admit, I've been terrible because I've neglected the game, and I have not really done updates on it. But the game still gets a ton of downloads. It's done extremely well. Even now, and I feel bad because I've not polished it. But I'm so busy because I'm a one-person guy, a one-person team, that I can't really devote the time to all my previous games that I should, But something I hope to correct in the future. Anyways, but what I was sort of leading up to is the fact that, yeah, so Save the Titanic, I think one of the key reasons it did as well as it did was the name recognition. And what I'm thrilled about is my next game, which I'm not talking about publicly yet, but the next game will actually be using a very famous character as well. So I'm really excited about that one. I tried to do YouTube once, and my first video got somewhere around 300,000 views, then got taken down, and it never worked again. Wow, okay, so I gotta ask, man, so what was it that was the content? I mean, obviously you got hit with like a lot of views, but then was it just like inappropriate, or was it content that was borrowed, or what? I mean, I'm just curious. It's like, you know, briefly, hey, look at this, I'm succeeding, and then YouTube just kind of yanks it. That's, I mean, if I edited a small part of BuzzFeed stuff, that would do it. Okay. And it got taken down by them. That's funny. So yeah, you had a brief moment. It's kind of like, yeah, here we go. And BuzzFeed's going, no. Well, that's cool. That's cool. Well, hopefully you got at least some followers out of that. So if you make your own content, right, and then you know, then you can at least, you know, have those people stick around. You know, still, it was great while it lasted. Yeah, same for me too. You know, it's just it's a total crapshoot, man. I mean, I wish I knew the perfect formula for all this stuff, but I still don't yet. All right, but so yeah, so as I was talking about, I got like the things I got to fix, and just a few things that. Hey, Doomwide, did I pronounce that right? Have you ever seen Naked with David? Doesn't ring a bell. Should I know that one? I'll do a quick look here. IMDb. 1993. Parallel tales of two sexually obsessed men, one hurting and annoying women physically and mentally, one wandering around the city, talking to strangers and experiencing... No, I have not seen that one. More cult cinema. Yeah, that looks like a pretty trippy topic for sure. Wow. Hayden or Wilson, hey, I'm new. Could I see your game? Yeah, sure, absolutely. Welcome, by the way. Can I just say Hayden? Or Hayden R. Wilson? Can I just say Hayden there? A lot of new people. Yeah, hey, thanks for hanging out, guys. All right, so apologies to those that saw this before. I apologize for being redundant, but all right. Volley Village is the name of the game. This is my 6th game for mobile, and it will be iPhone and Android to fix that bug you were supposed to fix. Yep. Well, that's my to-do list. That's this thing right here. It's the icon. This is... All these guys are all working. All this stuff is working in here. It's the select icon, which is in the development phase. So if I hit that, then it's all kind of foobarred. The actor has been in Kingdom of Heaven and Harry Potter Prisoner of Azkaban, but that was an indie movie with some crazy dialogue. Huh, okay. If it's on Netflix or Amazon, let me know, and I'll actually add it to my list and give it a watch. Yeah, I like quirky. I do. So I'd be happy to give it a watch if it's easily accessible. You know, at this point, do I make my own art? Yeah, okay. So everything you see here is me. I'm a one-person team. The one caveat is the characters. Here, let me come back here. These villagers and the launchers. My character designs I wasn't really happy with originally, so I farmed out the character designs to a very talented artist named Daniel Thomas, who I've worked with on some of my previous games. Unfortunately, I didn't have the budget to hire him to actually make all the characters for me, so he made the concept art, and I made the models based off of that. So for that, and then these launcher characters as well. These are his art designs that I riffed off of and built that. So, but aside from that, yeah, what you see is basically me. This is me. Okay, so Angry Birds meets Battleship. An Odin-inspired character. Yeah, you're going to be waiting a while. Alright, so like Angry Birds, right? You drag your finger back to target. There's distance and direction, right? And, let's see. See if I can hit this again. And what you're aiming for is the bouncing buildings, because the bouncing buildings actually power the force field. So if you take all these buildings out, force field goes down, you can hit the catapult, and it's game over. And as you can see, and he's going for this power-up. These crates pop up randomly, and whoever shoots it first scores it. I got it. So now he's snoozing. See, his villagers are stuck. For 15 seconds, they're going to snooze. They're going to sleep away, and then I get to fire on him, and he just gets to sit and watch me destroy him. So there's 3 different power-ups. There is the stop sign, which puts the opponents to sleep. There's a green arrow, which makes your guys go twice as fast. And then a fog bank cloud icon, and that covers your buildings in fog. But it doesn't matter because it's game over. Done. You can send villagers out to repair buildings like he's doing there. But the caveat is the more guys you send out, the fewer you have left on your catapult. So because I left all my guys at the catapult, I was able to fire twice as fast as the AI. But I wasn't repairing any buildings. Let's see. Yeah, still waiting on that Odin inspired character. That's going to be a while. What software did I use? So for the actual game itself, I'm using Unity. I was using, up until last week, I was using an older version of Unity, Unity 5.6, and because of one of my plugins that I was using for my online networking stuff, I had to upgrade to 2018, and I'm still having issues. So I got some broken stuff that I got to deal with trying to migrate to 2018. But so Unity for that. For animation, I use Maya LT. For the modeling, I actually, okay. So modeling, I use an ancient old program called Lightwave. Once again, I'm old. So, and I've been working in Hollywood doing visual effects, animation for TV shows for 20 years. And when I first went out to LA, we all used Lightwave, which is a program that, believe it or not, for those that have heard of this, it still does exist. So I used Lightwave for the modeling. I could use something more sophisticated. I know Modo is a very, very popular program for modeling and that kind of stuff, but just because I've been using Lightwave and I own it and I'm so familiar with it, and I'm just doing, video game characters, I can get away with just doing simpler things like this. So here's one example. There you go. So here's my Cyclops character in Lightwave. So that's what it looks like there, and then once I get it where I like it, then I export it and then bring it over into Maya LT, which I can fire that up too if you're curious. I don't know if you know the difference. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of Maya. Maya LT is Maya without the rendering engine, right? So the trade-off is that you can animate it. It's designed for game developers like me and you guys. But the benefit of it is Maya, regular Maya, rents for like $180 a month, which is just insane. Where Maya LT actually rents for $20 a month, which means that it's a lot more affordable. So, and I said the only trade-off is that you can't render anything, like you can in Maya. But let me go Middle Ages, and I'll bring up the Cyclops, which I just showed you, and I'll go, where's my setup? Yeah, load him up. Maya Angelou. Yeah, Maya Angelou actually used to live next to some friends of mine back in Atlanta. Had a house, a beautiful house. That poetry paid off for her. So this is Maya Angelou LT, and so this is what I do with my animation in, right? So actually, I guess I could load up one of my animation scenes so you can see it specifically. And then, as I mentioned, let's see, I'll do throwing. Don't save. So, do I have an IMDb? I do. I'm really bad about ever actually making efforts to update it, but I am there. If you look under IMDb, my name is Dustin Adair. Here, I'll find it if you're that curious. There you go. Yeah. So. There you go. So yeah, and quite honestly, it's very, very empty in terms of a lot of the stuff I worked on. I mean, if you're that curious, here, I'll do this. Here is it's a kind of an outdated demo reel. But there you go. If you want to fire that up, you guys can look at some of the stuff I've worked on over the years. So I'll give you the story. So my company's called Scary Robot, and that's sort of an inside joke because if you go look at my demo reel, you'll see for a bunch of years. Oh yeah, I worked on Halo 3. I did. Not at Bungie. We were actually contracted to do some of the cutscene animations. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here and there. If you look at the credits, I'm listed as animation lead under the Zoic Studios heading. So yeah, I worked on a bunch of that stuff on Halo 3 and Transformers War for Cybertron. Those are my 2 video games that I've worked on in the past. But so yeah, but I animated Cylons for Battlestar Galactica. I animated the Terminator for Sarah Connor Chronicles. And then Flash. I worked. That was last year. I worked on the Flash, Supergirl, and Legends of Tomorrow at Encore. And then actually the Flash you see in that one was from season 1, but I have another reel which I've never bothered to integrate. As I said, unfortunately the video you're looking at is several years old, but I could probably, I don't know if I uploaded it online or not, but I also okay, I'm the most impressive person you've ever met on Twitch. Well, I'm flattered. Thank you. That's very kind. I think that means you need to look at more streams, I guess, but thank you. But yeah, I've been doing animation for 20 years, and as I was mentioning, so I animated the Sentry robots in Falling Skies, and between that, Terminator and the Cylons and Transformers, a buddy of mine made a joke. It's like, do you ever animate anything besides Scary Robots? So when I made my company, I had to come up with the name Scary Robot for my game company. So that's sort of the inside joke of why my company's called Scary Robots. This top streamers don't have an app with 6 million downloads. That's true. That's true. But they got something because they have amazing amounts of people watching and streaming. But all right. But so yeah, here you go. So here's an example of one of the animations of the Cyclops when he throws the shot, right? So yeah, so this is in Maya, and then I would just export this out as an FBX and bring that into Unity. And as I said, there's no way to render it, but there's nothing wrong with me taking the export animation and importing it back into Lightwave and rendering it in Lightwave, and that's what I've been doing. What is the app? I want to try it out now. Okay, Hayden, if you... I'll fire it back up here a second. If you have an Android, you can actually go to Google Play. I have a beta version of that. And for those of you that do not have Androids but still want to try the game out, you can... yeah, it's there. Yeah, and actually if you go to the Volley Village website under Scary Robot, there is a web version of Volley Village that you can play as well. It's a slightly older version, but it still plays about the same as what you see here. There's some differences graphically, little things here and there, but, there's no multiplayer in the web version, unfortunately. Not my choice. The plugin I'm using, unfortunately, doesn't have support for WebGL multiplayer, so I'm kind of stuck on that. So is it not on iOS? Not yet. I'm still developing it. I haven't released the game yet. And because I am building on PC, it's much easier for me to iterate on Android, and I'm an Android user myself. So for me, it's just faster to develop on Android. But I promise, I am doing an iOS version. And once I get the bugs, my to-do list, which, here's my to-do list, right? This is what's left, right? And just to give you a sense, in case you're wondering, yeah, but what have you actually done? Here, let me come down to here you go. This is my bug list that I've been working on all this time. So here's all the things that I have addressed. I'm scrolling, we're scrolling. This is all the bugs and features and stuff that I've added over time. So now I'm down to just this. So I'm thrilled to say that my to-do list has shrunk. If you saw that giant thing. Why the schedule change? Yeah. Okay, so I can explain that. So if you remember, I was in LA. For those of you that were hanging out with me, I went to Los Angeles for a month, last month, to do some freelance animation work. And because I was working during the day, I couldn't stream. So I was setting up at night, and I was going to a gaming cafe there in Culver City and streaming from 8 o'clock till late. Well, but now I'm back home, right? And my wife was not thrilled with the concept of me, on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 8 p.m., she's like, I'm trying to rush through dinner so I can get back up and do my stream. And then there's a combination of also trying to find an audience, right? I mean, doing it so late at night, it was tough to actually find people to hang out and build a crowd. So I've switched to daytime, and as long as the freelance work doesn't interfere, I'll keep doing this time slot. But yeah, I'm sorry for the time change. I'm sorry if that threw you off. I do remember you hanging out, and I know some of the guys that were hanging out at late night. I've lost a few of them just because of the time change. But I hope you're able to hang around in this new time slot. But that's why it's just it's more convenient for a family lifestyle. And since I'm not in LA working 8+ hours a day, and I'm back home again. It's just this is my new time slot. So I hope that doesn't throw you off, but yeah, that's it. Let's see. But yeah, so I will be doing an iOS version. Once I get the beta version polished and behaving, okay. Hayden, thanks for the follow, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for the follow. Very cool. Yeah, okay. Well, it was the, so you did change your name again. Okay, but when you were talking about another obscure movie reference, I thought you're one of the guys, and I didn't know if I was just being too tired and not connecting the name from before, but yeah, you just changed your name. Okay, cool. Well, welcome. Let's see. And happy to, yep. Scribe. Okay. Yes, my New York buddy. Yes, the still doing the vampire hours. So yeah, I'm sorry if that threw you off. I know that you like the nighttime hours, but just for me, it's just much easier to do the daytime shift. But yeah, Hayden, thank you so much for the follow, man. I do appreciate that. That's very cool. All right, so oh wow, it's 11 p.m. for you now. Okay, jeez. In Norway. I did, because my Red Dead Online character's name is Doomwide. I'm so anyone that says I've been playing Red Dead 2, I'm automatically jealous of, man. It's not that I can't get the game, it's just I can't get the time to play the game. And I have friends that have been posting videos incessantly on Facebook, and I'm so envious, man. That looks like such a beautiful game. And one of these days I'm gonna find the time, sit down and start playing, and that's like, there's so many games that I got to get to, and Red Dead 2 is definitely on the top of my list. That's such a beautiful looking game. Oh man. Where do you have it? No, I don't have it yet. I do not own it yet. Because if I did own it, I would probably play it, which is the only way I can keep myself from keep behaving is not actually have a copy of it. But I do have a PS4. Actually, if you're right there's the old PS4 hiding right behind me. I'm such a cool guy. Well, thank you. Wow, that's too kind. I hope streaming really works out for you, even though you kind of have a lot of other stuff. How long ago did you start streaming game development? I started in October. I just started in October, and still trying to work out all the bugs and the best approach on how to do this. Which basically means kind of the same way I learned programming, which is I just look at what everyone else is doing and try and mimic it. So I'm trying to learn by everyone else's intelligence, And yeah, I'm in my one of my bedrooms here in Las Vegas, where I live, and I got a couple of lights set up. It's just semi-casual lighting. Oh, he is a very cool guy. Wow, man. Seriously, man. Obviously, the checks have been clearing. You guys are great. He's extremely talented, and I'm always trolling him. But he's a huge inspiration, although he probably thinks I'm on here to just make his day harder. No, man. You're here to hang out. Anyone that hangs out, unless they're just completely going, you're a worthless piece of existence, that would hurt a little bit more. But no, man, I love the conversation. because I've been thinking about streaming game development, as I already stream games occasionally. Do it, man. It was, the funny story. I'm not wearing. I'm wearing my Unity shirt today. There you go. I'm full Kool-Aid drinker today, but which is how I found my channel. Okay. I'm 33 and I'm on here to kick back and have some fun with you, right? Well, I'm the big 5-0 myself. I'm the old man in the room. But escaping from adulting. Dude, you want to talk about escaping? Look at this, man. I showed this earlier. But so, yeah, we just had Christmas. So for those that celebrate Christmas, Merry Christmas plus a day. Dude, and look at this, man. I love The Expanse. The Expanse is my favorite sci-fi show. Even though, hey, Beltbox did a follow. Thank you so much, Beltbox. Thanks, man. So, there it goes. Pops up, man. I look so much younger. Thanks. It's all that terrible living. But, Expanse, man, the greatest sci-fi show. And even though I worked on Battlestar Galactica myself, right? Even though I animated Cylons, I still think Expanse just destroys Battlestar Galactica. Look at that, man. I got that for Christmas. It was an old loot box collection, and my wife, actually my brother-in-law got it for me. So I got myself my own little Rosinante. So, yeah, you want to talk about not being adult? Yeah, I'm happy with the fact that, if you look at the stuff I got, I got like Shell action figure from Portal, that kind of stuff. Which, and of course, I'm wearing my. There you go. You can't see it necessarily, but I'm wearing my Portal jacket here. There you go. So yeah, still young at heart, man. Age-wise, I'm starting to get up there, but yeah, I'm still a kid at heart, man. I got gnats in my room. That's weird. But yeah, so that's it. Did I miss anything here? I did give a big thanks for the follow. That's so cool, man. I do appreciate all those follows. Those are too awesome. To Beltbox, thank you so much, man. Okay, and then I don't know if I did a new demo for those who are asking. I'm sorry, I'll do one more repeat. And the last one I don't think I showed. I say Angry Birds meets Battleship because you can actually customize the layout. You can place the buildings wherever you want, right? Right now I'm just hitting the random button, but you don't have to do it that way. If you want to customize it one by one, you can just drop everything in a place, right? But then this is time consuming, so I'll just hit random. And once all the buildings are dropped in, you can hit save, and then just save it. There, and now your configuration is set. So, oops. Let's see. When you create games, do you have a plan at the start, or do you just get ideas as you go? No, ideas are not a problem for me. If I could go from my idea phase to game phase, like instantly, I would have a dozen games. A dozen games a month made. So I'm not short on ideas. This Volley Village, this bore out of, there's a mobile game that I played a lot. It's one of those online soccer games. And the more I played it, I had this love-hate relationship with it. There's things I like about it, things I hate about it, right? There's a randomness to it. It's kind of like when you play foosball with someone. Coca-Cola? Nope. Well, the glass might be, but no, there you go. Diet 7-Up. There's my shameless plug for Diet 7-Up. I drink a lot of Diet Coke, but I'm trying to cut down on some of the caffeine. So there's a soccer game that's playing, and like when you play someone in foosball and the ball bounces like 20 times and goes in the goal, and then they think they're a genius and you're just like hacked off at them. That was kind of my situation. I was going, if I made this soccer game, I'd make it where, it has to be pure skill, right? No luck involved. And then I was thinking, it's like, oh God, if I did an online game, then I don't know how to do like the whole shooting stuff in real time multiplayer. I would want to stall, make the ball fly up in the air, for long enough that I could make sure that the two players are in sync. And then it's like, well, okay, if you're like doing a shot and you're like trying to hit buildings or something. And I went, okay, you have two islands, you have buildings, you're knocking each other out. And that was it. The game was born from that moment on. So that was truly the inspiration. Excuse me. Which is true of most of my stuff. Even going back to my first game, which is called Poker with Bob, I wanted to animate a character, and I knew 5-card draw, and I thought that I could slap that in there real quick and make a quick game. Yeah. No. That was my first game, and that took forever just because inexperience and lack of knowledge. But yeah, all my games I have pretty well farmed out. I don't do a game design doc. Not that I shouldn't. I know I should. but primarily just because I'm a one-person team, who am I going to share it with? You know, I mean, I got it in my head. But by and large, most of the games that I've made, the end result is pretty close to my first prototype. Oh, and I'm big on prototypes too. The Volley Village, my first prototype, I did it in about a week and a half. And then I took it to a convention. I'm fortunate enough that I go to I don't go to gaming conventions because there's too many games there to compete with. I traditionally go to comic conventions, and I show my games off at comic conventions, and I use them as a test bed and let people try them out there. And so I do prototypes right before a comic convention comes up, so I can, quickly, prototype out an idea, and if people play it and they like it, then I know that there's something there, and I keep progressing on with it. You should meet my friend Sheffrey. He's also a streamer. He does almost the same as you, but he does not create models himself. He uses the Unity store. Nothing wrong with that, man. I'm a big fan of the Unity store. I've mentioned this before, but I use it all the time for plugins. Here you go. If you come back here, I don't know if you can see it, but if I come to my assets, yeah, that number right there, 382. That's how many plugins I own in the Unity store. Some of them are actually models as well, right? A lot of texturing and that kind of stuff. A lot of shaders, I should say. Mostly shaders and plugins that help, like all my multiplayer stuff, ad network stuff, all those kind of things, right? I rely exclusively on plugins. They have completely made it possible for me to make these games. I'd be struggling otherwise. So yeah, I have no qualms with him using it. I mean, if he just uses them and flips them, but if he's just using characters, then he's got to make an original game anyway. So, more power to him, man. But yeah, going back before too, you were talking about, thinking about Hayden. You're thinking about doing the streaming. Go for it. I'll tell you, my thing is I saw Twitch come to GDC a couple of years ago, Game Developers Conference, of course, a couple of years ago, and I went to the talk, and afterwards I was talking to the guys. I was like, so I could do something where maybe I work on the video game development and also talk about some of my animation stuff I've worked on over the years. And he's like, that's a fantastic idea. A couple of years later, and I still never got around to it for various reasons. But all right, be right back. I'll be here, man. But it was, for me, there was one in particular. If you look on Twitch, it's called Indie Game Business, and it was just a couple of guys talking about working in the industry and making games. They broadcast Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Wednesday and Friday. They broadcast 9:30 Pacific Standard Time. And I've been watching them for a couple of months now. And then one of those times I was watching, it's kind of like, you know what? I've been meaning to do it. Maybe I should do it. And rather than thinking about it, I just forced myself. And that night, I just did my first test. I don't think it's up on Twitch anymore, but I just did a 20-minute test just to make sure I had the hardware working. And once I did that, then so the proverbial, I jumped off the cliff, and then I was like, okay, now I'm committed, and I got to do this. But yeah, if you're interested, man, highly recommend doing it. Do you think it's best to go for a small project? Absolutely. If you're just beginning, start small, man. That was definitely my mistake. I did the Poker with Bob, which is 5-card draw, and I thought it'd be a couple months. It was 2 years of nights and weekends, and part of that was still learning how to program in Unity and all that kind of stuff. So it was time consuming just by, without the complication of all the game things. Your first game should try and avoid anything with AI to begin with, if possible, or just keep it really, really simple. Highly recommend that, You just saw the lavish life of Twitch streamers with their groupies at those late night parties. You were like, dude, that's so me. Yeah, well, I get so tired of all the visual effects groupies, I can't go to a party without just having tons of groupies come up and, visual... Okay, no, that doesn't happen. That never happens. Yeah. Yeah, I spent 20 years looking for the visual effects groupies and realized there were none, so now I'm switching over to Twitch streaming to find the game dev groupies there. That's it, man. You busted me. That's the whole experience. Oh, jeez. Okay. I guess I should try and do something productive, shouldn't I? Sorry, guys. Love the chatter, though. I love the chatter. Keep talking, man. Alright, so I guess what I could look at is addressing my busted character selections for the icon badges. I could work on that first. If I remember correctly, I did start setting up the because I think I'm aiming for too big a project at the moment. If you think you are already, then yeah, absolutely you are, dude. You know, I mean, oh, you got a video. Awesome. Here, I'll bring it over here. Check it out. Yeah, so you're doing first-person shooter. Okay. I'm going to jump ahead here. Up the stairs. A very early stage. Of course, of course. Yeah. Okay, so both sides of the coin here. A first-person shooter in Unity is not necessarily a tremendously backbreaking kind of first project. I agree that there's plenty of things you could do with a first-person project. To me, the bigger catch is creating enough content. You know, that I think, you know, making the actual gameplay, right, and getting that to work is still a challenge, but I think very possible, right? But if you're thinking about doing a full-on first-person shooter game with tons of level, that's when you're really going to sort of like facing some big challenges, you know, because I mean, just speaking from experience, level design will become a complete black hole, right? I mean, when you start doing the level design, the first couple come very easily and quickly, but once you start burning through all of that, you know, all those resources, then it starts getting super challenging. You know, so it's something that you can do that may not require a ton of levels, right? And that's kind of one of the reasons also I was thinking about this too with Valley Village, because there literally is no single player mode beyond just playing the AI, right? I mean, this game is all about playing other humans, and the beauty of that is that no two games ever play the same, right? You know, so every time you fire up an online game, it's going to be a unique experience, right? And so part of that for me is realizing that I don't really want to devote myself to making all of those level, you know, and that all that content for the game. That's the most common mistake beginner developers make. They think about their big game as their first game. Yeah. No, I agree. Something you can start off small with, and just to get it out of the way, and you know, it's learning all the things that you don't realize, you know, and trying to get all that stuff out of the way. Sorry, I'm just doing a little cosmetic cleanup here. You know, I think that's a fantastic idea, man. Burn through the first game and get it out there, and then, you know, then you can have a better assessment of how long other things will take. And I'm also a big fan of, I mean, if you look at my games, you know, kind of like Pixar does, right? You know, for the longest time, Pixar, when they make a new movie, they would always tackle something that they'd never done before. That was a super new hurdle for them, right? And I've kind of done that with my game development, is that each one added something that I'd never really done before, and it was a bigger challenge for me, you know? So, but starting simple to begin with, and then having an initial foundation to say, okay, I've finished this one, and now I understand some of the basics, then you can build off of that. So, that's my, you know, that is my 2 cents, but not that I actually even took my own advice when I got started, but, you know, that was a long time ago. I mean, we're talking well over 10 years ago at this point when I started my first game. So, that's it, you know, but I do say, whatever you think about doing, man, do it. Jump in. I mean, I work on this stuff, you know, as a full-time developer. If I don't have animation work that ties me down, hey, I can't even pronounce that, man. Gigantor. Thank you so much for the follow there, man. I'm just totally butchering it though, aren't I? I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. I like the idea of cube games. Yeah, there's a good. Yeah, if you can add a novelty concept to a cube game, absolutely. In the game jams, absolutely. Gigantor Chardku. I'm sorry, I just absolutely butchered that. I'm sorry. But yeah, Gigantor. I'm just going to call you that, Gigantor. Thank you so much for the follow, man. I really do appreciate that. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me. where the graphics are really basic. Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, anyone that says graphics are everything, I just have a one-word response to them, and that's this: Tetris, right? Tetris is squares. Tetris is just blocks, shapes that are falling from the sky, right? In that case, it's all about the gameplay, you know? And that's so true, man. You can make a fantastic game that doesn't, it can be classic programmer art, but if there's enough of a graphical element, or excuse me, if there's enough of a gameplay element to it, people are going to jump all over, man. Tetris is the perfect textbook example that you can make a fantastic game that doesn't have all the bells and whistles. So I completely agree with that. So yeah, speaking of Game Jam, I'm curious, any of you guys going to be doing the Game Jam here next month? The Global Game Jam. Las Vegas, where my home here, Las Vegas is doing their very first Global Game Jam contribution, right? So I will be joining in. And I've been talking to my buddy Gunnar, who's actually running, organizing the whole thing here. Excuse me. And I think he's going to let me actually do a live stream from it. So, if you guys are not doing the Game Jam and you want to see me exhaust myself for 48 hours, I'm too old to do 48 hours, man. That's going to be brutal. But if you want to watch me just slowly deteriorate over 48 hours when I'm trying to make game content with some other guys, I hope you guys can do it. But or if you guys can join in as well, man, I think it'll be fun. When is the Game Jam? 25th through the 27th, I believe. And wait, what is the game? It's Global Game Jam. Here, I'll find it. It is Global Game Jam, 25th through the 27th. I was right about that. Here you go. And they are going to be all over. Hopefully there's one that's close to wherever you guys are. As I said, Las Vegas has never had one before. But my good friend Gunnar, who is a fantastic, diehard, eager programmer kind of guy, has taken initiative to actually set something up. So we'll be setting up at UNLV, University in Las Vegas here. And we'll be set up and plugging away for 48 hours. Do they arrange teams or can you pick whoever you want? No, you just pick whoever you want. When you walk in the door, man, you can either like start talking to people and find people you have a connection with and want to, do it, and then you can pair up. Or if you want to go solo, you can be all lone wolf like me. But I've done a couple game jams where I just sort of worked on my own. But this one, I'm gonna pair up and try and get something done a bit faster. Speaking of Tetris, I done this on my work experience at IBM. Oh, sweet, IBM. You worked at IBM? That's cool, man. All right, let's check it out.
Tetris game. It's not really 100% complete yet, but I'll probably
there you go, man.
Carry on doing that just in background. But what I'm going to do is like
cool.
A kind of
I played so much Tetris, man. I never ended up completing it. Yeah, I understand how that is. But yeah, I had Tetris on the Game Boy when I was in college. Game Boy had just come out back then. Yes, I'm dating myself. I'm sorry. But I missed classes because I would be like doing so well on Tetris that I'd be going, okay, I can either stop my game now, and there's no like pause, right? I can either shut down my game or go to class. And I was like, no, I gotta finish my game. I was a really bad student. Not even the main mechanic. Was that to try and match some of the stuff on the side here, I'm guessing? Or is that just the basic Tetris mechanic that you're talking about? Oh, I see. It's not completing the lines. I got it. I can see that now. Right. So this is the most frustrating version of Tetris ever. So even when you clear the line, Tetris goes, no, you're still going to suffer. No, but that's cool. I mean, just this is a perfect example of something to start with, I mean, obviously you don't want to clone Tetris because it's been the lines keep destroying.
Yeah, so I'm
Oh, okay.
going to
Well, I just
try
saw these
to
ones
make
down
a fair
here,
bit
so
of, like the models. I've already
Yeah.
made some of the character, which you'll see like
it ended up being complete with no gaps.
I'm not
Oh,
good at
gotcha. Gotcha.
Nothing
Okay.
amazing.
Nice. No, I mean, that doesn't work. Okay. Gotcha. But yeah, no, that's a perfect example.
Yes.
Yeah, starting small, something like that, and just looking at what else is out there. And I mean, and like I said, this was inspired completely by a mobile soccer game that I was playing too much on, and just letting that be an inspiration. and letting it be a template for you too. I mean, there's about 4 different games that I've completely reverse engineered, you know, and whenever I get like, oh man, how should I approach this? I could spend months doing R&D, putting it in front of all these different people and finding out what works and what doesn't, or I could just look at these other games and get a sense of what they did and just implement that, you know, from the start, you know. And that's been my methodology, and it's just worked fantastic. All right, so I do need to work on the select icon, so I guess I'll get started on that a bit, if you guys don't mind. So rather than listen to me like ramble for ages, maybe I can actually do some real work here, if you don't mind. But no, keep talking though. I will still talk. But yeah, so Hayden, definitely, man. I highly recommend. And there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with having games. I've killed games too. You know, I've gotten part of the way through, and some of them have actually gotten pretty far in. You know, and I think it's better to realize if a game is not gonna hit, you know, than to just keep working on it endlessly and just get bogged down and frustrated and maybe never even finish it. You know. All right. So this is what I need to be fixing up. Alright, so I think I have this script set up. Yeah, I do. Okay. Okay. I also need to make it so it retrieves the data off of the server. So the player data. But I guess I can address that later. Or maybe I should actually pull that down now. Yeah, you know what? I think I will do that as a new character. That would be a smarter move. So what I want to do is turn this back on. Alright. And let me come back over here into my Kombu stuff. So as I mentioned before, I'm using Kombu, the plugin Kombu, for all my player data that stores it online. And it works just beautifully online cross-platform. Do the game jam. You can do it. Yeah, man. Yeah, please do. You know, I mean, and nothing else. Dude, look at it this way, too. I mean, how many fantastic games have come out of game jams, as well as partnerships, right? I mean, you know, that's one of the things that, you know, if you're working with someone for 48 hours, you quickly learn, you know, if you're a good fit, you know, and you may find someone that just completely corresponds well with you, right? And just, you know, fills in, you know, some of the gaps, and, you know, you could walk away with a decent team. One of the ones I did just a few months back, a couple of guys got together and they made a fantastic little game, and I think they're still trying to finish it up, but you know, they just worked so well together as a team, you know. So yeah, highly recommend giving it a try. Definitely. All right. Let's see, user data. Nope. Is it? Nope, that ain't it. All right. Gotta remember my own code here. Oh, initialize player data. There it is. Excuse me. Alright, so then... Alright, so then you pull this off of the server. It's a server. There it is. Doom-wide. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. If you're in the Big Apple, man, they gotta be having them out there for sure. I'm sure they probably got a bunch of them. Alright, so I gotta find out my original name for this. 5.2. Bring that over. Log in, maybe. Server settings. Alright. Show you what I'm doing here. That's villager prices. Icons. I want icons. Lock icons. There he goes. Really? I didn't put a underscore in there. I can't change it. Oh well, I'll leave it like it is. Alright. So this is my this is where I store all my player data. This is actually my my server. Excuse me. And then what I have set up is these are default values that are base server values. So I can grab one of these so then I know what the default values are. Rather than hard coding it, now if I need to change something, I can change it once here and then it applies to anyone that plays the game. So in this case, we're dealing with those icons, right, that I showed you before. And if I hit this guy, let's see, is this one, yes? Yeah. and it's, oops, is equal to there. So icon status. No, it's original. Icon status. There. And move this up by the other ones. There we go. So what I'm doing is I'm going to pull this down so I know what the locks are and how many cards are required to unlock a character. And that's all stored on my server in this value right here. Let's see. I'm not sure yet. I might though. It's something. 2019. Maybe this could be a life-changing moment for us all. Yeah, dude, you never know. I mean, worst case scenario, right? You blow a weekend. But chances are they have lots of pizza, right? And just if you bring your sleeping bag and just bang through it. Are all of them 18 plus? That's a good question. I honestly don't know the answer to that. It may be on a case-by-case basis, but considering ours is getting held at the University of Las Vegas, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't have that requirement. Let's see. Nope. Okay, I'm looking on the website right now just to see if I can find anything. Oh, FAQ. Here he goes. No. Purchase, important dates, code of conduct, information on theme. Liability. Let's see. Not limited to. Yeah, I don't see any age issue. Let's see. Oh, here we go. You must be a legal adult in the country in which you attend the Global Game Jam. See our age policy. Here it is. Yeah, you do have to be 18. Unless you're in Scotland or Cuba, you could be 16. Interesting. Let's see. Say, this is the age of majority. Yeah, you do. Unfortunately, there is a 18-year-old age limit. Yeah, sorry about that, man. Bummer. Well, I apologize. I didn't mean to yank that away from you. Pull the rug right out from under you. UK. Okay, cool, nice. All right. You're from Cuba. I'm from Cuba. Yeah. Well, that's a bummer. I guess I can understand why they have the age limit there, but but do look. You know what? Actually, where do I get my let me check my mail real quick. Oops. That's not my mail. Where's my mail? It's stashed over here. Because I get these listings for game jams all the time. Jam. There you go. Itch.io. So, I don't know if you ever... There you go. Itch.io lists game jams all the time. So, you might be able to find one that is more, not quite adult yet friendly in terms of age. So, just, bounce over to Itch.io, Itch.io, and sign up and take a look, because they have this really, really detailed breakdown of all the game jams that are available. Excuse me. Speaking of, let's see if they have... oh, they don't have it listed yet. Okay. Me and some school friends did do a mini game jam between us. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, and I'm sure there's plenty of game jams that you don't have to be physically present at some location. I know there's ones that you can just do from home. And, I mean, they can't have an age limit on those. So, I mean, if you're interested, yeah, jump in, man. They are a ton of fun. I've done a few of them. Not as many as I like, but they're a ton of fun. And it's great because one of the problems with making a game like this is that you can get delayed and distracted. God, do I know that. But, it's just because you have a fixed time limit, right? That forces you to make the tough decisions and make something hopefully that's, plausible in that time frame. So, yep. I've done one of those before, but didn't end up entering. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I hope you find one, man, because they are a ton of fun to do. Okay. So then I have original icon status, so that's good. All right. Show. Let's see, launcher status. So then I think I have it set up as like this. Original launcher status. Yeah. All right. Actually, you know what, guys? I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I was still happy, though, because I was learning while I was doing it. Yeah. I think it's a great thing. Do we need to go to these locations for the Global Game Jam, or can you submit projects remotely? No, I think you actually have to be present. But, if you don't find one local, that just means you can try and set one up, maybe. Which, I know that'd be a ton of work. I know. My hat's off to my friend Gunnar for setting one up here in Vegas. But all right, so guys, I'm going to do a quick restroom break. So hang tight, and I will be back in mere seconds. All right? I'll be right back. All right, I'm catching up here. Wait. Uh-oh. Look at that. I duck away for just mere seconds, and I'm signed up for everything. Look at this. Sponsored by Scary Robot Games. Good idea. I'll let you know how much the pizza cost us. Man, look at that. I turned my head for 2 seconds. Oh, man. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Once I make the world's next Angry Birds and I'm rolling the dough, I'll be happy to sponsor all kinds of stuff like that. How about that? But yeah, in the meantime, yeah, my business consists of me in my bedroom, so I don't think I'm quite ready to sponsor a bunch of game jams and the pizza. Besides the pizza, I just end up taking for myself, Let's see. Okay, so launcher status, that's good. Icon status. So let me see what I want to do here. Launcher locks. Why did I go back with that? I'm trying to. Oh, I got it because I'm creating that. Okay, yep, I got that. All right. So then what I'm doing here is, so let me come back here so I can show this. Hide this stuff. Put this up. Icon selection. Zero this out. Oops. That's ugly. That's not the one I wanted. One sec. Select, there it is. Turn that on. There. That's what I was aiming for. I've been at the Marriott since Sunday morning in Jersey. Going back home tomorrow morning. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Was that family visit kind of thing? Or just getting the heck out of New York City for the weekend? I think, let's see, I don't think I've spent any major time in Jersey. I think I've driven through it, flown over it, but been to New York City a few times. I guess it's a family escape kind of thing every Christmas. Oh, that's cool. Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, I didn't do much of anything. I got my folks nearby here, so we just kind of laid low. That's one of the crazy things for me. I joke with my wife about this because, you know, I lived 12 years in California, in Los Angeles, right? And then I'm now 7 years here in Las Vegas. So, you know, the traditional thing is like, you know, hey, let's go on vacation. We should go somewhere. Like, let's go to like Hollywood. Oh no, we've already been there. Okay, let's do the touristy thing, and we'll go to like Las Vegas. Well, no, we pretty much got that covered too. So it's a challenge trying to find some place to go to, you know. Let's see. My girlfriend is currently eating dinner with her family right now. Wow, 5:30? That's an early dinner. Yeah. That's cool. Well, I'm glad you're able to get away, man. I know those are fun to do. Although, full disclosure, I love what I do so much that I'm not a big vacation person. I know that drives my wife nuts because she's always talking about we should go away somewhere, but I mean, I don't really have much to vacate from, you know, because I've enjoyed all my animation work and because I've enjoyed doing the game development stuff so much that I don't have much to escape from. So, fortunate. I'm very appreciative of that fact. Okay, so what I'm doing now is, so here's all my icons, right? So what I'm going to do is, through code, is I go off to my server, right? And I fetch, if this is like a new player, I will fetch the baseline, which explains how this guy automatically is unlocked to begin with. And then all these guys, you have to get 4 cards to make them unlocked so they can be purchased, you know, as well as all these other ones. So, I'll come back into my code here. What was that? Oh, I'll close him. So then come back into my code. Excuse me. Alright. So then this is me going off to my combo manager, my server, and then I grab the launcher values. And then what I do is I turn around and also take that information. Oh wait, that's not launcher. Oh, here we go. This is what I want. Make some space here. Alright, so this is launcher down here. And then this will be icon info. Alright. So, see, space this out a little bit more without cutting off the screen here. Okay. So then, and I'm using, combo manager. Oops, no, that's wrong order. Yeah. Alright, so I make this icons. Let me make this adjustment first. Icon status. Icon locks. I'll explain what I'm doing here. Okay. Let's see. It's 5:40 here now, though. They met up 10 minutes ago, so by the time they start to eat and everything. Got it. Yep. If your girlfriend is anything like my wife, she'll chat for a while. So I totally get that. By the time they sit down and the food arrives, it'll be about 9 p.m. At least if you're anything like my world. Okay. So here's what I'm doing. Is I'm using, rather than player preferences, I use a plugin called Crypto Preferences, which actually encrypts all of my player preference data. This is sort of my pathetic attempt to try and hide some of the data, prevent it from getting hacked. It won't stop it, but at least it'll make it more challenging. Where player prefs in Unity just holds the data completely exposed without any kind of encryption, this at least kind of encrypts a little bit. So, I mean, just imagine I'm doing player prefs, but instead I'm using crypto player prefs. So then what I'm doing is I go off to my Kombu, my server, online server, and then at this point I'm grabbing the icon locks information, which I think I still have it up, don't I? Yeah. So I'm grabbing this from the web, right? And in a nutshell, I have it set up where I can actually do as many as 24 islands. And right now I'm only have one island, right? Hopefully, if I'm successful enough, I will actually introduce more islands. But then you can see Island A, Island B, and then there's these 25 numbers between here and there, and that represents these locks, right? That corresponds to all 25 of these locks. So as you see, the 1 signifies, if you can see it, there you go. The number 1 signifies that he's unlocked, right? And then the -4s that you see here signify that you gotta get 4 cards to actually unlock them. And once that happens, then they'll come up to the value of 0. And 0 indicates that he's unlocked, but hasn't been purchased yet. And if you purchase it, then it'll become a 1. So I hope that makes sense. Excuse me. So come back to my code. So then that's what I'm doing. I'm grabbing that base value, and then I'm turning around and sending it right back into Combo Manager, but I'm sending it to my user that I'm creating. So this happens when a new player is starting to play. Oops, I lost track of something here real quick. Where did it go? Okay. What's the wrong thing? There we go. Sorry, I'm just getting my windows all out of sorts there. Sorry about that. Shiny keys. Distracted. Okay. Excuse me. So this is a new user. So I get the base values, and I turn around and I write it right back to the player data. So the yeah, I can use that. Yeah, and these are objects, so that'll work. Excuse me. So then what happens is that this data would then be transferred into the new player data. Then he's set up. And that should cover that. There's icon info. Good. So now Combo Manager has that set. Excuse me. And then I need to work on loading the data. Initialize. Alright, do that. Yeah, that's getting done there, and that gets saved. So, what I'll do to test this, to make sure it's actually occurring, is I'll go ahead and purge my current data from my current user. Do this by doing a delete all on the player preferences and my crypto player preferences. Let me hide him. Delete. Turn that off. Turn these guys back on. Like that. There he goes. Okay, so I can fire this up once, and that will delete my current test user that I had set up. There. And yeah, I gotta fix this. Though I made some changes and the window's all blown out. But so you can see here, you can link it with your Game Center. And the beauty of that is if you do it this way, then you can go to any Android device and load up your account. You know, so it'll travel from machine to machine. Or you can play as a guest. And I'll have the same thing on the iOS side as well. That'll just go into Game Center. So you'll be able to just transfer your account between devices. Alright, so let me knock these guys back out again so I don't keep deleting the player every time I start the game. Alright. So the objective now is to create a new guest player and have all that base icon information automatically written to his file. So I'll say, oops. Let's see if it pops up this time. There it is. And I'll say play as guest, registering, done. And that's guest number 1239. So, let me come back. Where did it all go? Oh, there it's over there. There. So I'll go to my registered client users. And what did I say that was? 1239? 1239. Yes, right there. Alright. So here's the, this is my online server, and you can see this guest just got created. So if I hit edit, excuse me. Now if we come to, here's the thing, we go look at our data, and if it worked, if the code I just added worked, we should see a icon. There it is, icon status. Boom. Excuse me. Great. So now I can actually work off of this data and know that I can pull this information and update it as time goes on. So see, I want to, yeah, I'll just leave this like it is, and then now we want to go ahead and we load in the player since he's active now, and I should be able to pull that data back in. All right. Let's see. Where do I want to go here? Should be under here. Initialize. Log in now. All right. So guests. Bring all the level data. All right. All right, so it's loading the user data right there. So in theory, once that finishes, go back to main menu and say player activated. There. So should be able to go Kambu manager. All right, so we'll double check this with a simple debug log. And throw up some asterisk to make it stick out. And we'll say icon data. Oh, and then this should be custom data. And then I think I call it. Oh, got cap lock on. Icon status. Let me double check the naming. Icon, oh, no VV, just icon status. Okay. And I'll say toString. There. And you're still not happy. Oh, I got one more. There it is. Excuse me. Okay, so let's fire this up. Oops. Not quite yet. I broke the code. Yeah, so I was right. Why'd you give me a squiggly line when it was actually fine? That's annoying. Okay. So, if I did this all correct, come on. It should pop up down here in the console, and it should say all that whole string. Oh, right there. Perfect. All right, so it created a new user, applied all the icon data, and now we have all that stuff. And what I need to do is, all I care about is I have all these numbers, right? But this is for all 25 islands that will come in the future. You know, this is future-proofing the game, but all I really care about is island A. So I literally, all I want to do is extract these values, the first 25, you know, and ignore the rest. Which I've done on some of my other ones, so I'm going to try and track down that code and borrow that rather than recreate. Oops, sorry about the mic there. Alright. So then, let's see if I come back here, if I go... Let me do this real quick. Alright. Customize... And then we're going to this guy, which, to remind myself, it is toggle selection menu. Really? I guess that's correct. Okay. So let's come back over to main menu. Toggle selection icon menu. There it is. All right. So at this point, this is what, excuse me, this is what loads up the stuff. It loads up this guy. Bring it up here. Right. So this gets loaded on the fly as a prefab. And the reason that I don't have it hard-coded obviously is because, as I just mentioned, I'm going to have these different island themes. You know, this one by default is the medieval theme, but I'll have different islands, like, you know, like future island, military island, ninja island. Of course I have to do an island full of ninjas, right? So I can't just have this stuff hard-coded because all these guys are going to be different on every different island. So I load it on the fly. So I have them all set up as prefabs, and let's see, setup, and let's see, select icon, and I have it as a separate menu, which was actually kind of smart of me. Setup icon. If I can find it. Ah, that's not what I wanted. There's selected villager tile. Oh, icon. Okay. All right, I just lost what I was trying to get to. We need to go here. All right, let me backtrack here for a second. Icon selection. Icon selection manager. There it is. So manager menu. Alright, I did double click on you and you didn't pop up. Alright, let's try that again. There it goes. That's launcher. Oh, because I just borrowed it? Alright, tell me that's just because I was borrowing the code. Yeah, okay. The problem with doing copy and paste sometimes is I grab code, and when I see like the wrong information here, I start freaking out. It's like, did I break something? But no, I just haven't updated this. Okay, so it should be set up icon selection. Come back over here. Yeah, toggle select icon menu. Select icon menu. Manager. Okay, that's why, because I'm looking at the manager, not the menu. There we go. Okay, finally. That was way too much effort. Sorry about that. Okay. Don't feel obligated or anything, but just as an idea, I think streaming some Red Dead would be really cool, even if it was just once a week. Yeah, that'd be cool. The only thing I've streamed has been my own game development. I haven't actually tried doing a stream of a different game. That might be kind of fun. Well, for me, actually, if I'm going to do that, I should go back and play one of my games that I currently have. I'm so far behind. Dude, I have Uncharted 1 through 4, and I've completed Uncharted 1. You know? And I started the opening scene of Uncharted 2. So, if anything, I should probably go back to, like, Uncharted, even though, you know, It's a million years ago, and I don't even think there's an Uncharted category on Twitch. But check this out. Here you go. There you go. Speaking of Christmas goodness, and speaking of not growing up, here's one of my other. There you go. That was Christmas. There is the Nathan Drake. There you go. There's Nathan, Mr. Tough Guy. So I should actually, now that I have Uncharted 2 is the best. You'd watch me play that? Okay, then I'll do it. I'll make the time. I will make the time to do me. That one may not be family friendly though. When I play video games, I get vocal. And I start busting out some words that do not work on family friendly channels. But I'll try and censor myself as much as possible. But yeah, that's actually a good idea. Okay, you know what? I'll take you up on that. I will do that. I will make some time, and I will stream. Just put the mature audience disclaimer thing. Yeah, because if you look at my tags, I have family friendly in my tags. Oh hey, the Noob Life. I'm sorry, you both had that same blue color as Doomwide, so you kind of blended in there. I didn't realize. Oh, he just followed. Nice, man. The Noob Life, thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate that. How's it going, man? How are you doing? They have one for Twitch. Oh, really? So there is a Uncharted for Twitch? Oh, crap. If that's the case, then okay. Wait, are you just yanking my chain, or is that truly actually realistic? Okay, I'll look it up. And if they do have an Uncharted category, then you know what? I'll do it, man. I will start on 2. I promise. That'll be fun. I tell my wife, it's like, I don't want to play games. I have to, so I can, like, keep the Twitch stream going. Okay, you twist my arm here. There he goes. Alright. Uncharted 2. I'll have to restart it because I did, like, the opening scene, so I can start fresh. But, I mean, I literally just played the climbing up. You start on the train, right? And that's as far as I got. So, I will start fresh and start on 2. That's good because I have to relearn all the moves, the joystick moves anyways. But yeah, so Noob Life, welcome, buddy. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Since you just dropped in, sorry it's redundant again, but I'll give you a quick rundown of what I'm working on here. It's a mobile game. It's going to be a free-to-play game for iPhone and Android. I have a beta version out on Google Play right now. But in a nutshell, it's sort of like imagine Angry Birds and Battleship had a love child. So, here you go. So, like Angry Birds, you target by dragging your finger back. Here's your distance, and then here's your angle. And the objective here is you're actually aiming for all these bouncing buildings. The bouncing buildings actually, let's see. Did I read your message? Let's see, a message on, did I miss one? Alright, I'm getting my... I'm sorry, man, you're blending in with the Doom Wilds one, so, I saw I'm new, but if there's another message, did you send it to me as a whisper, or like an email, or how'd you send it to me? Because I'm not seeing it in the chat stream. But, please, enlighten me. How did I mess up? Which I know I did. I get easily distracted and I miss stuff. So, yeah, please let me know. Oh, okay, well, then perfect. Look at this. So, yeah, so the objective here is you're actually aiming for the bouncing buildings. Because the bouncing buildings actually reinforce the force field, right? Okay, well then, here you go, man. I got you all set up. And then these power-ups will pop up. These crates that pop up on the side. Whoever shoots it first scores it. I'm going to steal it from him. There. So for the next 15 seconds, my guys actually fire faster. So here's my reload meter. And you can see it's reloading really quick right now. You can send out villagers, like he's doing here. I'm going to hit him just to be a jerk. Oops, I missed. I can reset the work. So you can send out villagers to repair the buildings. But the trade-off is because he has only 2 guys actually spinning the wheels, that means his reload times are much longer. I'm going to hit this one. This is a cloud bank. Oh, and I missed. And this will cover my buildings for 15 seconds. So now he's just shooting in the dark. He doesn't know where he's trying to hit, which is a plus for me. And then ultimately, you want to, once the force field's down, you can actually go after him. Boom. And it's game over. So that's a quick rundown of the concept. This is just a one-player local game, but you can actually play online. Cross-platform, doesn't matter what device you're on. You made that in 20... Oh, no. Let's see. And I didn't notice the room temp was set on 85. No, this is, I wish. No, my first prototype I did in about a week and a half. But the first prototype looks nothing like this. No, I've been working on this for about a year and a half now. No, I've done some prototypes in 28 days. But, no, this is a long time coming. The first base game was done pretty quickly, but it's the multiplayer stuff, which is new to me, has been my biggest headache and nightmare. That's the thing I've been struggling with and trying to get complete. Getting the multiplayer stuff to work is one thing, but getting it to work and handle all of the cases where it can go wrong has just been a nightmare. And I had it working pretty well, but then because I had to update a plugin, I had to migrate from Unity 5.6 all the way up to 2018, and now I've got all new headaches that I'm trying to deal with. And I have to try and figure out the best way to approach, but that's it. And then also, I show you have the editor, so you can actually customize the layout. You know, if you want to put the buildings in a customized spot, not a problem. You can either just do it randomly like I'm doing, or you can just put them in one by one. So you can just get like the perfect layout. If you have the idea of what works best for you, there you go. Excuse me. And then once it's all in place, you just save it and you're done. Hawk, how was Christmas? Dude, I've been showing off my score, man. It was good, man. I'm an old man, but I'm still a kid at heart. Check this out. Show this yet again. So, if you guys remember me talking, I love The Expanse. So check this out, man. I got the Rosinante ship from The Expanse. I love that, man. That's just so cool. Scored some action figures too. I was showing I had the Nathan Drake. And then Doom, formerly known as Scribe, was trying to coerce me into doing a game stream for Uncharted 2. I finished 1. But I still haven't even got to 2 yet, so I may actually do that. But I took a game of... took a quick game... Wow, there's nothing quick when it comes to chess for me, man. That's impressive. You can do it fast. But how about you guys? You know, so I've been showing off on my wares. What was your best score for those that were doing the Christmas thing? What was like the, you know, oh my god, I can't believe I got this kind of thing? Do you have anything special that's like you'd love to show off? At least through text. Yeah, I played chess as a kid, but I gotta admit, man, I've not played in a million years. I'd probably embarrass myself if I tried to do it this day and age. Let's see, is my music still cranking? Yep. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Got some stuff in there I was pissed off about. Set up icon selection. So let's set up icons now, so that should be popping up correctly. I've been trying to learn Unity for a while now, and whenever I get to learning by watching tutorials and doing them, I get bored and lose interest. Any suggestions or something? You know, I totally understand what you mean, especially one of the ones where they just keep talking endlessly. I try not to do that myself. Bypass if you can. Let's see. Yeah, if you can, bypass the videos and just look for written text versions of tutorials. You could probably still find some of those. I did that a lot myself, where I would, you know, yeah, I'm constantly wanting to fast forward the videos, just like get to the stuff I need. Come on, man. So I understand your frustration. Try and find if there's something. If you're just learning the basics, then I highly recommend looking at the tutorials that are actually on the Unity website. They have some great ones just to give you the fundamental basics, which didn't exist 10 years ago. But if you want to do that, but if there's something specific you're trying to accomplish, I would say Google that item, right? Just Unity and whatever that task is you're trying to accomplish, and look for other people that drop code that accomplishes what you want. Grab that code, drop it in, and probably it'll break. It may not fit exactly like you want, but that should give you enough to look at and figure out what you need to adjust or revise. And I mean, and that should give you hopefully a good start. And it's much faster and much more creative because you're forced to not just like with videos where you're just parroting what they're typing with no knowledge of the context. By looking at that code and trying to adapt it, you sort of have to reverse engineer what they're doing and get a better understanding of what the code is doing. Excuse me. I told my friends and family I did not want gifts this year, mostly to save myself from stress. That's fair. Set yourself small goals. Yeah, that's a good one as well. What have you learned already? The rollerball tutorial is great for beginners. Hey, Doomwide has followed. Thank you, Doomwide. Thank you, Doomwide, formerly known as Scribe. I know how to use the editor properly, and I also know the ground basics of C#. Oh, well, the rollerball, as you mentioned, tutorial. I've done a couple times of some of the game jams. I will give an introductory crash course in Unity, and the rollerball has always been my go-to example. So I will demonstrate the rollerball because it is great at showing the very basic fundamentals. But if you're already comfortable with that, then I would consider looking at some of the other ones. I had to follow under the new name. No. At first, it's just like I was kind of like going, "Hey, it's a new follow." It's like, "Oh no, wait, that's formerly known as Scribe." Sorry, I was giving you a hard time. I was making fun of myself there, if anything. But yeah, definitely Noob Life. Definitely give a look to all the tutorials on there and bypass the basic ones and just, I mean, there's so many there. You should be able to find one that lines up better with your skill set, right? You know, if you can stomach going to the basic ones, I do suggest looking at those just because even if you're familiar with C#, there could be something that they touch on that you haven't messed with before, and it may be better to get the basic version, even though it's like maybe feel regressive and kind of spoon-fed. But at least if you move on to another one, and if they're addressing something that covered in the previous one, and you're not familiar with it, that could be very frustrating, you know, because then you may have to backtrack and figure out what the heck they're talking about. So, Doomwide cracking me up, man. So yeah, I hope that's, you know, Udemy is also a great place to look for some of the tutorials in there, but I still think that what Unity has now in their tutorials is completely abundant in terms of even just in more advanced stuff too. So if you want to try and avoid the tutorials if they're too boring, I watched the roguelike tutorial from the Unity site. And how was that? Was that helpful, or was it just did it put you to sleep? I haven't looked at too many of them, so I don't know the specifics, but you can let me know. Oh, I forgot what I was doing here. Have you learned how to create some super simple terrain yet? You know, I haven't even done that. All my terrain has been sort of like handcrafted, so I haven't used the terrain tool at all in Unity. How's that for True Confessions? It was kind of boring, yeah. You know, and I can't give you a hard time about that because I was absolutely a terrible, I've mentioned before, I was a terrible student. I would get so bored so fast. So I understand the frustration. My best suggestion is bypass the videos as much as possible and try and find ones that are much more about the text tutorials. In the editor itself, or how to create some super simple terrains. I guess that'd be in the editor. He's probably talking about using the terrain editor in Unity, but he can clarify. Let's see, just using Unity itself. And depending on what you're doing, you know, I mean, I've been using Unity a decade now, and I literally have not used the editor with sprites and stuff. The terrain editor, I should say. I've never actually worked with terrains. I've either done procedurally generated stuff like my islands here, or just objects that are just other objects that are melded together. So, True Confessions, man, I have not used the terrain editor in Unity in a decade of time. Maybe that's why I choose the games I do, so I don't have to deal with the terrain. All right, set up icons now. Does that come up here? Yeah, it does. Okay, good. All right. How third-person character controller? Oh yeah, yeah. Have you? That's Noob Life. Have you actually played with? Yeah, the third-person character controller. That's actually a very good one to look at as well. And I think there's some that are just text-based. If you're bored by the videos, you can check those out. Kombu. And I do not have Kombu in here. Okay. I do here, so I'm... Oops. I guess I'm going to need to drag Kombu into here so I can access that stuff. Nope. Let's see. I wanted to make a game where the user mines into a mountain, collects valuables, sells them, and buys upgrades. Gotcha. Okay, well, you know, the guys can tell you the same thing, but I'd say there's a couple of ways you can approach it. I mean, if you want to do something like super grandiose, where you actually have a deformable terrain, then that's going to be a super big challenge. But if you want to do something more like, well, yeah, Terraria, like he's saying right now, I think that's a much more attainable goal. Doing a side view terrain where it's more like tile-based, I think that's a fantastic, not so big, no. But just taking that side approach, right? A profile approach, where you're doing a 2D kind of structure, might be a good way. Yeah, a mountainside view. Then tile-based. Okay, then there is a new tile-based editor. Unity just created a new one that you probably want to check out. I went to the Unity Unite meeting in LA last month, and saw a couple of tutorials on that. I have not played with it myself. I've not done a hands-on, but it sounds like they're getting it a lot more robust. Kind of replacing... I feel bad for the people that made the plugins, the 2D plugins, because I think their new tile editor is going to be replacing it. Oh, you've been using it? Fanboy. Yeah, so am I. Yeah, well, here you go, man. Just in case you were... There you go. There's a souvenir from my Unity Unite meeting I went to last month. So there you go. Okay, so what I want to do is... I only need the island, so let me grab everyone and extract that. So that's it'll be an int. So I go icon status. See, can I declare it up here? I think I can declare it up here. New int 25. I think that's legal. Yep. Okay. For Global Game Jam, can we use any engine? Oh yeah, absolutely, man. They're completely agnostic about that kind of stuff. I mean, you could use your own if you're ambitious enough, but I mean, Game Maker, anything you want to do, man. There are zero limitations on that. So yeah, if you're more comfortable with something else, or if you have like an idea in your head for the smaller scale, right, and you just feel like another game engine is something you could do it faster in. As a matter of fact, one of my guys that's I'm going to be doing the Global Game Jam with here in Vegas is going to be using Game Maker. So my own engine, I already wake up 3 times a night to take turns. I don't need more pain. Yeah. I'm not sure why you would want to do that in this day and age. Anyone that says, yeah, make my own game engine, it's kind of like, yeah, you want to hurt yourself, don't you? And I had another idea I wanted to make, inspired by my favorite show, a 3D player who makes meth and makes his empire. Breaking Bad. I can't imagine what show Breaking Bad inspired that concept, Breaking Bad. Okay, get me started. Only the greatest ending to a TV show ever was Breaking Bad, man. I love that. You know, I can't think of another show that started off more shaky. I mean, I watched the first season on and off, and I thought it was like, okay, but man, over time, they just pulled that together, and I've had detailed discussions with people that just say, I challenge you to tell me a better ending to a TV show than Breaking Bad. So it's going to be like GTA, but you focus on making meth the whole game. Well, there was a video game that did that. You went down in the subway, and there was like both of them like dressed up in their yellow suits. But more simple, yeah. Yeah, I don't think you ever want to try and replicate GTA anything, especially not by yourself or even a small team. I think that's a little overly ambitious. But I think it's feasible. Even that, if it's just more like a small town size thing, that you have limited amounts of buildings to bounce between. But I mean, I think that would be fun. Especially if you do it with the right kind of tongue-in-cheek attitude, I think you have great potential of just getting some exposure just because of the kind of the edgy nature of it, But I think both of those are great ideas. What engine do they use to make GTA? I think that was custom. This year's theme for GGJ, ambitious. Let's clone Cyberpunk 2077 to the best of our abilities in 48 hours. Yeah, I'll make the screenshot. How about that? I can do the screenshot in 48 hours. Seriously though, is that actually the theme this year? Is ambitious? That's kind of nebulous if it is. I'm hoping you're just being funny. I was hoping for a little more guidance than that. No. Alright, call me Mr. Gullible. Actually, my wife is normally the more gullible one, so now I'm feeling foolish. Okay. Now I need to find that extract clear data. I have that under... Let me check. No. Hey, game controller? I can't remember where I actually did the extraction. How much do you know about Social Security? If you're asking me, not a tremendous amount. I know that I've been paying into it for a cajillion years, and I know I'm getting closer to the age where I actually start pulling some out. But aside from that, I'm not a total aficionado on that subject matter. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Extract villagers. But how you suggest I start with that meth making game with a learning beginner's POV? Honestly, okay, you know what? Here, I mean, don't laugh, but there's an old Commodore 64 game called Spare Change on C64. And like I said, please don't laugh, but I mean, this is an honest kind of thing I'm talking about here. Toss this in right there. Let's see. Oh, is it hacking Linux? But it's like mostly Linux. Oh, then at 0. I'm useless on that for sure. Okay, so this is an old game I used to play a million years ago, and the reason I mention it is just for terms of oh, he's talking about Linux hacking. Okay. Yeah, then I mean I barely have enough knowledge to work my way around in Unity. Once again, 85% artist, 15% programmer. So what the hell is that thing? This is what I want to show you because, okay, I mean, obviously these are graphics from 3+ decades ago, so ignore the graphics. But I'm just thinking in terms of like the buildings and stuff. Imagine this, but more like a 3D kind of atmosphere, right? And it's, like a tiled section of a town, right? That you can go between the different buildings and then you can enter them, right? So, I mean, it'd be like the idea of you have to collect all the components, without getting caught doing it. And you have to get back to your little location, make the meth, right? And then you actually have to do the distribution as well to get it to the places. And the whole time you have, you know, cops, or in this case, you have these little arcade characters that escaped that are chasing you around, right? I'm talking about, capture the flag? I don't think he's a programmer into stuff like that, or Breaking Bad copied this. So, I mean, I'm just thinking, I mean, this just came to the top of my head, but you were saying, how would you approach that? And if I was going to make a, you know, a game and that kind of thing, this is kind of the approach I would take. You know, something along this lines. Ignore the graphics, but in terms of, like, screwing around, trying to collect all the components without getting caught by the other guys, you know, that's just a suggestion I'm throwing out there. But I would suggest a top-down view, or maybe a isometric 3/4 view, and then just have a very fixed number of buildings that you can interact with. You know, so I think there's still a lot of stuff that you can do with that game and still keep it simplistic and not let it get out of hand. All right. So, you're all good. Okay, so I'm going to say extract icons. So I'm going to this. Something like that. Oh, from a programming standpoint. Oh, okay. Once again, I'm probably not the best candidate for tossing out programming advice. But I guess it depends on how you're thinking about the approach. You know, I mean, the way I see it is you can sort of come at it in two different ways. You can come at it as more like a Mario-esque kind of mission-based kind of thing, where you have to accomplish certain tasks by a certain time frame, right? So then it becomes much more like a platformer style chase game. Or you can go towards the open-ended GTA Red Dead 2 kind of concept. But I mean, as soon as you toss out the words open world, the game complexity goes up like 100-fold, I think. I know I kind of just joined the stream and stuff, but may I please have a sip of that? Yeah. Sorry, man. It's in here. Here you go. Yeah. Let me just kind of squeeze it in there. Yeah. Problem with drinking so much of this stuff is I have all these restroom breaks. You know, that's the other problem with getting old. So that's my other advice: is don't get old. But happy to help. Yeah, it is tasty, isn't it? Alright. So let me just mark all this crap out so I can just use this reference. So what I'm doing is, if you remember I had that long string of text, and I'd done this before as in the villagers, where I extract out just the villagers for the island I was looking for. So I'm going to do the same, but just pulling out the icons. Where's my kombu? Why did I close kombu? Bring it back out. I think it has too much depth right off the bat. However, if you're 100% disciplined for the long run with your project, figure out what game genre you want it to be, then learn everything that benefits you. You know what? What he just said is 10 times better than what I was saying. I totally agree. If you already have a mindset of what you want the Just Cause. So that's my other advice: is don't get old. Oh God, no! Thank you so little. Oh God. Oh man. That's all right. That's terrible. Thanks. I gotta like be doubly careful what I say now for fear of getting quoted and thrown up in clips. Thanks. Oh, too funny. Okay. Oops. Icon status. Okay. Yeah. Oh, buddy. Okay. This is what I need right here. Back over here. And I'll say this is gonna be a string, and I'll say all icons. You guys are killing me. Oh man. Let's see, Kombu. Oh wait, I thought I added Kombu. Why do you not? Oh, because you need to be converted to string, of course. Boom. Like you mean, say I want to make it a first-person thing. I need to research how to make a first-person game. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, but if you're gonna do it a first-person game, I mean that's gonna be a complex one. But all right, you know what? Second restroom break. Where are we at? 3:30. Yep. Too much of the Diet 7-Up. I gotta return it, so to speak. Sorry, that was wrong. But hang tight, guys. I'll be back in just a brief moment. Hang tight. There we go. And we're back. Alright, let's see. Right first. And to make the user buy the stuff in a store, I need to learn how to make an inventory system. Yeah, well, yeah, and then you also have to worry about, well, I mean, currency. I guess if you're just doing it, if it's an offline single-player game, then, yeah, you're going to have to create a... That's not really that difficult. And if you don't want to tackle that, if you look in the Unity Asset Store, there's a ton of plugins that will set up inventory for you if you want to just automate that process. But by and large, it's just a matter of saving, kind of like I'm doing here, where I'm just player preferences, just saving that content, you know, and just keeps track of what they do and don't have, you know. Excuse me. But yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about a first game, a detailed first-person game like you're talking about doing, that's, to be honest, that is really ambitious, man. That's a very ambitious thing. And then if you have the drive, I'd say, you know, go for it. You know, I mean, at least if you're not going to make it online, you know, any kind of multiplayer stuff, then I think that might be, it might be possible, but it's still, man, you're definitely getting your work cut out for you. Okay. So then, let me see. So I got all my icons loaded, and then what I need to do is find out which island first. Select villagers. My friend I was telling you about earlier is making a really detailed first-person horror game. Yeah? Those are fun too. I usually suck at them. I get kind of frustrated if it's one of those things where you have to like hide in the dark space, you know, and not get caught. But I also don't like, you know, get afraid to death by sitting in the corner. Those kind of aggravate me. But yeah, I played going all the way back to Alone in the Dark, the old, you know, simplistic polygon shape one. I think you guys could do a lot of cool stuff if your projects end at the same time. This is hopefully done by February. Well, for me, as I said, I'm kind of already spoken for. I already have my next project started up. I haven't really talked about it publicly yet because I'm gonna do like a big reveal, because it's actually, the game is gonna be based on a very famous intellectual property. It's a very famous character that's been a part of the sci-fi world for over 50 years now, and has never had a video game made specifically about it. So for me, it's part of the reason I want to finish up Volley Village is I'm anxious to move on to the next game, you know, and tell you guys all about it. So I've been teasing the crap out of it, but once I actually get this done and I'm starting to do it, I will definitely share all that stuff with you guys, and it should be pretty fun. Will this be a first person? No. And 3D, yes. It will be a 3D game. It will be very arcadey, very much an arcade game, primarily driven by the fact that the person that I'm working with that owns the intellectual property wants something that's kind of a simple mobile type game. So that's kind of driving my choices. But so it will be arcade and it will be kind of fun. And it will be 3D. Absolutely will be 3D. But yeah, I'm sorry to tease, but I will do a formal declaration once I get Volley Village out the door, which I can't wait. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Let me figure out how did I grab my island before? Characters C5 plus the island. Okay, it's not gonna be 65. Yeah, that's gonna change too, won't it? The island, which I don't actually have yet. Should have chosen island selected, shouldn't I? Should have that available. Oops. Selected island. There it is. All right. But then that number can change. Let's see. So string 65. Index of. Okay, so I'm trying to find that. Let's see. Trying to refresh my memory how I pulled this off before, where I'm just digging through this code and I just want to like bypass to the right island. But you know what? I'm just gonna be a jerk about this and I'll fix that later because I know it's the first one, so I can just grab that. So we'll say let's see. Island substring is equal to nothing to start with. Alright. 0, so we'll say this is start position. Oh, okay. The island is less than 26. Let me try this. And position is equal to character 65 plus the island. Make that 66 like that. Let's see. New life. you're going to have to learn some serious amount of level design basics. How about designing a door that actually fits into a wall? Sounds stupid, but when you're designing a game, you'll be stumped by a bunch of little things. Yep, I would not argue with Doom White on that. Yeah, I mean, if I could stress anything, sort of like he's hinting at, the smaller the better. I mean, for initial project, because anything you do try and tackle, I think you'll realize it's kind of grows on you in terms of complexity. So, at least for the first game, you know, the smaller the better. You know, like you were talking about your mining idea, right? Your 2D mining idea. I think that one is much more accessible, whereas the Breaking Bad-ish themed game is more exciting, maybe, but I think it's going to be pretty complex. So, I mean, if you don't mind the idea, if you don't mind the suggestion, I would definitely steer towards the 2D mining concept over the 3D game as a first game project. But my 2 cents. I'll let Doomwide also toss in his thoughts as well. Okay. All substring. So it's not all sizes, it's all icons. The island, which should be... I lost it. This guy. ToString. I love combo, but I hate the fact that all their variables are set up as objects. You have to convert it. Int parse. Alright, so why is he upset about that? All icons. Index of... That should be an... Why are you complaining? Let me just remark out all this crap down here. See if he's... No, he's still complaining. That's fine. Let's see. My best advice is to give yourself really tiny goals to accomplish. If not, you can literally drown yourself thinking about the big picture right now. Yeah. Starting a game, in my opinion, starting a game is very easy. But it's when you get into the slog, the absolute slog, to get it out the door, that's when it just becomes a total nightmare. I mean, I know there's several times, Valley Village, there's several times in this one where I just kind of like on the verge of just going, you know what, maybe I should just toss in the towel and move on, you know. But you got to remember why you started in the first place and remind yourself of that, and, you know, keep a constant list of what there is to do, and start small on the small tasks, you know, and have a good accomplishment, and then move on to like the bigger, headier tasks that are still on your list, so you don't get discouraged. That's worked for me. Alright, so then, what am I missing? Is it... Really? Oh, because I got that up there. My mistake. That's what I didn't like. I'm looking in the wrong place. It's complaining about something else entirely. Alright. Selected island. Okay, good. So then I should be able to say... icon string will end at end position. Really? Why does it not like that? Does not exist. Oh, really? Because I had a capital P in there, didn't I? Now it likes it. Let's try it again. What? I went away for a little bit. What did I do? No, we're just all, you know, throwing off our opinions and thoughts. Yep. He was pontificating. Okay. Oh, I didn't actually send it off, did I? Extract icons. It helps when you actually call a function for the function to actually work. Elizally, did I do that right? Elizally? Hey, thanks for coming by. For how long have you been doing this for? Okay, the game has about 1.5 years worth of development time in it, but that 1.5 years has been stretched out over 3 years. So technically 3 years worth of development, but about 1.5 years of actual development time. Welcome, by the way, Elizally. I'm sorry, I hope I don't butcher that too bad. But I don't know if you saw it before. I'll give you a quick rundown. Volley Village is a mobile game, also becoming a desktop, but initially iOS and Android. Sort of Angry Birds meets Battleship. Let me go full screen so you can see it better. There you go. So Angry Birds. So you drag your finger back to target. Here's left and right, in your distance. And the objective here is you want to take out, and I missed, you want to take out the bouncing buildings. With a random name, and Eliza was taken already. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, they're just like 1 million users, so trying to come up with something original is always a challenge. Alright, so, I gotta hit this. So these little crates will pop up randomly, and whoever hits it scores it. Boom. So for 15 seconds, you can see my opponent is snoozing. So I get to wail away on him, and he just gets to watch. Oh, and I miss. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take out those bouncing buildings, because the bouncing buildings specifically power the force field, right? So if I take all the buildings out, then I can go after the catapult, and it's game over. Just like that. So when I fire, you can see the reload meter on the side here. And let me hit his villagers again, just because I can. There we go. And he sent out villagers to repair buildings right there. Oops, I missed. You can do that. You can send out all 4 if you want, but the catch is the more guys you send out, the fewer you have left on your catapult, so your reload times will increase. So in my case, I'm just letting it stay like it is, so I can just keep wailing away. So I'm actually able to fire twice as fast as the opponent. Oh, he got to hit building. Oops, I just misfired. And here we go. This is the end of the game right here. No, I fired too short. I was sucking at my own game. There it is. Game over. Excuse me. Frovins11 has followed. Frovins11, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for the follow. There you go. And then the sharks chase off the villagers. That's it. So, I'm getting a ton of followers. Yeah. There you go, man. Oh, and Eliza. Eliza Lee. Eliza Lee joined in as well. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. So since you guys are just stopping in here, I'll also show you this. If you are an Android user, and if you're interested in trying out the game, send you a link. There you go. So I have the game available on Google Play right now as a beta. I will be doing an iOS version once I get all the bugs nailed down, but I'm developing on the PC side, so Android is faster for me to develop in. But like a little rabbit's foot. But so yeah, if you have an Android and you like to try out the game, you can try it there. If you don't, not a problem. If you actually come to my website, sorry for the shameless plugs, but that's what I'm here for, right? There you go. If you come to my website, Scary Robot, you can check out Volley Village along with my other 5 games that I released in the past. But at Volley Village on the website, you can actually play a web-based version of the game. So if you want to try it out in a web browser, you can actually play Volley Village right now. It's a kind of a little bit older version, but it plays well. And you can even play 2-player on it. One person plays on the keyboard and one plays on the mouse. So you can give it a try there. And also, since I'm doing plugs, if you guys want to hang out with me and I'm not online on Twitter, or Twitch rather, hit me up on Discord. I have a Discord server set up, so if you guys want to find me, I'm always there 24/7. Right? I don't stream 24/7, but Discord, I'm pretty much, if I'm not answering on Discord, I'm asleep or dead. Hopefully asleep. So the other thing I was going to show you is you can customize the layout. So if you want to place the buildings wherever you want, you can do that. You can either do it randomly like I'm doing there, or you can actually just do them one by one and drop them all into place. And once you get it all placed, then you can hit save, and then you save it. There you go. Yep. Hey, Z-Doctor! Look at that! Z-Doctor came to visit. Z-Doctor's another one of our buddies that he does a stream. He'll be streaming in, another 15 minutes or so? When do you start? 4 o'clock? Man, you were streaming like crazy over the Christmas break, weren't you, man? You had some crazy hours. So you can also customize the villagers, right? So if you saw, I had the default little guy right here. Just a little regular warrior character. You can upgrade to these characters. It's mainly cosmetic change. It doesn't really affect the gameplay. There's a slight variance in their performance, but it's super minor. It's mainly just cosmetic kind of change, you know. And each one of these characters has their own unique animations. So, yeah, you did, man. And like some crazy hours too. You were like Insomniac or something, man. You can also change out the launcher as well. By default, you get the little catapult launcher, but you can also change that up and choose one of these guys as well. Once again, won't change the gameplay. They don't fire fast or anything. It's just more of a cosmetic personality thing. But you also, when you play with these characters, you get bonus coins when you play matches. So, excuse me. So that is a quick rundown of the game. What I was working on right now was the select icon stuff. This is the thing that I still need to develop. This is another thing you can spend your coins on when you play the game. You can unlock these, and then, so when you play an online match, the badge pops up with your characters. Just kind of like shows your personality, right? And that's what I was working on at the moment when you just stop by. But welcome, guys. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with me. Definitely makes this more entertaining. I enjoy having you guys chat away with me. Excuse me. Alright, so let me go back to hiding this stuff. There he goes. There we are. Alright, so I'm going to tuck these guys away again. Boom. Bring up the select icon again. Excuse me. And then do the prefab thing. Alright. I still gotta get adjusted. For those of you who have been watching my stream for a while, you guys remember the fact that I've been in Unity 5.6 land for forever. And just because of the plugins I was using, I had to update. So I had to go kicking and screaming up to 2018. And it's been a nightmare. Z-Doctor has been watching me go through some of the growing pains. I did manage to fix most of the stuff. It still broke a couple of things. One of them's kind of scary. It broke my TesheraNet, which is my networking tool. I got some quirks on that, which I'm going to still have to address. But by and large, everything is now dropped into place. I got everything else worked out. Google Play is working now, which is a big headache, but that's good now. But yeah, so anyone that's in 5.6 land, I really advise not upgrading on their current project if they can help it. But it was totally necessary for me, unfortunately, and now I'm suffering. I got to end at 74. Let me check if that's actually correct. So I think that's right. You filthy animal. Yep. Yep. Home Alone has definitely ingrained that in our whole Christmas mentality, hasn't it? Keep the change, you filthy animal. Let's see. Okay. So I'm going to just consider that to be correct. Oh, you know what? I could just double check it this way. Oops. Boom. He recently sat down to play all the old Home Alone games. What is your favorite movie, and do you like Marvel or DC more? Favorite movie? My personal favorite movie is a George Lucas movie. And it is not the obvious choice. It is not Star Wars. For me, it's actually his first, well, not his first film. I guess technically his second film, although THX was more of like a college film expanded. But his film, American Graffiti, which I love, man. It just captures this moment of Americana, right, in 1962, right when the world, well, the nation at least, where it was on the verge of changing. And it's a coming-of-age film that happens in one night. And actually, American Graffiti was the inspiration for Happy Days. So if you've never seen American Graffiti, it's just a personal favorite of mine because it shows the nation in a more innocent time, right before it became a lot less innocent. excuse me, it's such a sweet film, and it's one of the very first films to have multiple storylines that intertwine, you know. So that's it for me. At this point, I'd probably be more towards the Marvel side. I'm not a big comic book reader. My wife is actually more of a comic book reader than I am, but just in terms of the movies and TV shows, I think that Marvel has been crushing it. In spite of Iron Fist. But, you know, I mean, the Daredevil stuff has been absolutely fantastic, which I'm sorry to see leave Netflix and go over to Disney, but that's it for me, at least. You guys can tell me what let me hear what you guys. Favorite movie, and are you a Marvel or DC kind of person? Yeah, Doomwide. Yeah, and if you would have left the 85 in there, Doomwide, formerly known as Scribe, I may have actually picked you out faster. But yeah, without the 85 in there, it's definitely a bigger challenge. Let's see, which is... So I say... all icons, substring, begin at impose. I'll just do 3 characters, just make sure I snag everything I want there. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. Doomwide 85. Had a brain fart there for a second. I was about to say 84. Okay. Actually, I gotta get this out of the way, so I can see what I was doing here. And turn the main menu back on. There he goes. I personally like Batman. Was never crazy about Marvel, but X-Men holds a place in my heart. So, which Batman? Are we talking like a Beetlejuice Batman? Are we talking about Holy Rusted Metal Batman? The George Clooney era? Yeah, he changed his name again. He does this like every month or two. Or are we talking like, you know, Chris Nolan Batman era? Oops, I need to actually see my logs here. Excuse me. Oh, perfect. Okay, so I did get that right. So then impose. All icons. Substring. So start at 0. You say impose. I can't remember if I add that or not. I'll leave that in just to be sure. Yeah, everyone's got their own hobbies. For Scribe, it's updating his Twitch name from time to time. Because it seems to me Scribe85 was also changed from a previous one, didn't you? Okay, so if I say... I'm just double checking. This is redundant. I know this is going to be correct, but... Is this game for PC? It will be, eventually. I'm going to start with mobile. So it's going to begin as iOS and Android. But I want to do a PC and Mac build as well. It runs fine on the PC. I think I mentioned if you go to the Volley Village website, just go to scaryrobot.com. You can find the Volley Village website. You can play a web browser version, which is, for all intents and purposes, it basically is just like the PC version. Excuse me. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge to just because I want to make sure that the PC version is a little more protected, because it's harder to people to like hack and create cheats on mobile devices than it is PC. So I'll have an initial release on mobile, and then I'll expand to desktop after that. That's the game plan. B. Yep, I was right. Good. Sorry, I stepped away. Did you ask who's you? If it was me, then nope. It was not me. If it was Doom, I don't think Doom asked you anything either. But nope, I was just talking out loud like usual. Okay. So good, now I actually have my substring, so now I just need to pull it apart. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, be right back. I will be here, man. As always. Okay. I don't want all substring, I want all icons and substring. I want that to be icon substring. Icons? Yeah. And nuke that. So the reason I'm nuking all this stuff is I'm borrowing code. Excuse me, when I had like a villager string with all the data, and I was piecing through it. And so then rather than try and do it from scratch, I'm just kind of doing a copy paste. So I extracted the icons, and what I'm looking for specifically is I'm pulling up the data for all these guys. So I can tell which of these icons, these badge icons, are unlocked or still need to be unlocked. And I'm just grabbing the data off the server and then piecemealing it out and then updating the icons after the fact. Okay. Excuse me. So, I got that. Let me just remove this for a second so I can go through here. Boom, boom, boom.
Game over. Thank you so much for playing my game.
Alright. Try that. So, I can't just copy the text over because I'm doing it a little differently. So I'll say icons is equal to that. Alright. Actually, I don't need to do that. I'll just drop it down here. I'll say icon substring is equal to all icons substring. 0 to endpoint. In position. Okay. Now we got what we want. Now we just gotta break it down. I'll cheat this for a second. Say I'm kind of cheating right now. I'm hard coding it. You remind me of Jim Carrey. You seem like a great guy. Thank you. Thank you. Well, not thank you necessarily for the Jim Carrey, but if you go back and look at In Living Color, I was in college at the time, and yeah, Jim Carrey and I were kind of separated at birth in that time frame. I don't think I maybe look as much like him now, but if I dug out a picture from that time frame of myself and I showed you a picture of, especially like, what was it, Once Bitten, his movie? Yeah, Jim Carrey and I were definitely separated at birth, but I don't know if you've seen a picture of him lately. He's looking a little, he's looking a little rough now, so, but, and I don't have Jim Carrey money yet. But, you know, the nice thing is I live in Las Vegas, but if the money ever dries up, I know I can just move back out to LA and then, you know, walk Hollywood Boulevard dressed up as Jim Carrey going, let me show you something, you know, who's there? So I could, you know, do that on and off. You and Jim Carrey aged really well, although he kind of fell down a lot in the last 5 years. Yeah, I think we're about the same age too. Let's see, where's he at? Anyone know off the top of their head how old Jim Carrey is? He is... Oh, wow. No, he's actually... Okay. I feel guilty now. He's 6 years older than me. So... Okay. You love Jim Carrey movies? Yeah. What's your favorite? Let me guess. Pet Detective 1? Is that the favorite? I mean, he's done a ton of them over the years. I actually like... He was in a TV series called The Duck Factory, where he played a a 2D artist that went to an animation company called the Duck Factory to go work there. And the day he shows up, the owner of the company drops out of a heart attack, and he reluctantly takes over the company and helps to make them make animated short cartoons. His last few movies have been quite bad too. Well, you know, they can't all be perfect. But yeah, I don't know if it's anywhere to be found, but if you look up the Duck Factory, it's interesting because it's a very subdued Jim Carrey. It's not like the big grandiose like you expect him to be. He's actually much more subdued. Use that word again. Equals 0. Excuse me. You don't really have a favorite. I like Liar Liar 1 though. When he just beats the living crud out of himself in the bathroom. Yeah. Who was the... I can't remember... Was it Wagner? Or who was... I can't remember who the actress was that played his wife in that one, but that was a fun one. That was definitely has some good laughs in it. But like I said, if you really like Jim Carrey, see if you can dig out any videos from the Duck Factory TV series. And that would have been like early to mid 80s, I think. So he was super young then. Alright, so I got myself the island's values. Never met him. I think when I used to live in LA, I lived in LA for 12 years. And I would get that all the time where people would say, anyone ever tell you look like Jim Carrey? It's kind of like, well, it's funny you say that because I am a stunt double, you know. Oh my god! No, I'm just kidding. Kind of a jerk thing to do, but I can't resist. Okay, I don't actually need that. I've already got that covered, so I'm going to mark that out. Yeah, so I got to do this like 25 times. I'll just grab this whole thing. Yeah. So I got that. I'm gonna do this 25 times because there's 25 icons to pull out of it. 25. Let's see, so start at 0, so then, what did I call it? Icon status. Let's see, icon status, X. Actually, I don't need that switch, do I? Let me get rid of that. Icon status is equal to... I think that's correct. And for my Red Dead Online character with a similar name. Alright, leave that out for right now. Alright, but I can't... Oh, I can't do that. I gotta find the next one. So let me go... After do that, say all substring... No, sorry. Icon substring. String length. Oh, I do need that. Okay. Get rid of that. So string length, which I don't have a declared. Now I do. Is equal to icon substring. What should I eat from Chili's? Sirloin Classic. I'm not the right person to ask. My wife and I just went there a couple nights ago, and it was terrible, man. We were there like it was like an hour and 15 minutes. It's like our waiter would like disappear for like 30 minutes at a time. But we did the 2 for $25 deal. We had I had the little sirloin steak and rice. That was mine, man. The steak was good. Oh, and a little side salad. Oh, and a dessert too. We had like the cookie with ice cream. So that would be my choice if I was going to go to Chili's again. Okay. That's lame. The Applebee's by me was bad like that. They got their Karma though closed. Well, I mean, because it's right there. It's on the Las Vegas Boulevard, on the Strip. You know, we live south of the Strip, but I mean, we've been there numerous times, and actually had this guy wait on us before too, right? So I'm not sure, but I mean, I could tell there was something going on because when he actually finally brought our food out after like 25 minutes, you know, the plates have been sitting under the heat lamps that whole time, so you could tell like the rice was like the top layer of the rice was a totally different color, been shaded, but the food tasted fine, and we weren't in a hurry, you know, but it was kind of annoying. But we'll still go back. Yeah. I don't know about how often you guys eat out, but you know, trying to agree on something, you know, is always a challenge. You know, you have to go through the whole list of no, we just ate there. It's like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, we just ate there. Okay, that one's off the list. Okay. Icon substring index of. I think that'll work. Okay. Let's see. Icon X value will be icon X status X. Alright, I might have a typo in here, but we'll see how I do in my first attempt. Make this go away. Turn on the main menu again. Bring that back to life. Save. There he goes. I'm always down for some steak, potato, and broccoli. Oh, I love steak, man. Oh, not running. Oh, I got errors. Not as done as I thought I was. Oh. It's always about the parentheses. Got one more. Oh, shoot. Guess I don't do that. Extractions. There it is. Now it should be happy. Yep. Nope. Still not happy. Are you working on any specific feature in your game currently? At this point, the features are pretty much locked in. My to-do list is just some bug fixes mainly. At this point, all the things I want to plug in are there. So it's the key items would be this menu system that allows you to select your badge icon. That's not working yet. That's what I was just typing on just a second ago. I have to do that. And then you can see these little locks, right? So where that comes into play, when you play random matches, you win these cards that unlock the locks, right? And I have not set up the card system yet. I still need to build that. So it's going to be a kind of semi-sizable item. But that's primarily code stuff as well. And then I have some technical fixes. My online multiplayer tool that I'm using was working before, but when I did my upgrade up to Unity 2018, it broke. So I have to track that down. But no, in terms of actual other features, I'm pretty much feature locked at this point, at least until after my beta. I'm going to get the beta out the door, and based on feedback, I'll add a few more bells and whistles, and then I'll actually do the full proper release out the door. But, I mean, at this point, no, I'm not. This is all, what you see is what the game will be looking like once it goes out the door. All the characters in place, you know, all the different ones you can unlock, all the animations are there. So, nope, nothing in terms of new features, I'm afraid. So, but yeah, what you're looking at is a year and a half worth of development stretched out over 3 years. So at this point, I'm happy to say that everything's pretty much in place, but it's also, you know, well, of course, it's about time because it's, you know, been working on it long enough. There you go. Oops, I missed that one, didn't I? There you go. And then, so just give you an idea too, also where, if you notice there's like the sheep. Oh, I just missed them too, didn't I? I'll take them out this time. There's sheep and corn and hay that also you see scattered around the island. Let me take this building out. So where that comes into play is when you play an online match. The more stuff you destroy, the more coins you win, right? So that took me longer than I thought. So, uh-oh, he's going to get it. Nope, I got it. That's mine. There it is. So now he's put to sleep. So in this, I added this feature. So if I'm playing an online game, I'm not going to hit his catapult yet because I want to win more coins. So I'm going to go after these secondary items, right? So now I'm earning more and more coins by doing this, right? Like that. And I added that feature as a way for the person who's losing, even if you're behind, you don't have to give up yet. Because you know that the other opponent is going to get greedy and start going after this other stuff. So hopefully it buys you enough time to try and sneak back into the match. But the AI is no match for me, so he's doomed. And it's game over. There you go. So yeah, I hope that answered your question. Unfortunately, there's no new bells and whistles that's going to be added. It's just bug fixes at this point. Just trying to get the last little bit of stuff plugged in. So yeah, you're coming at the tail end of me trying to finish things up here. Okay, so let's see. Alright, so that's running now, so let me go ahead and fire this off and see what my list looks like. And what I'm trying to do now is set it up where, excuse me, the game goes off to the server and extracts all the information about your icons and which ones you have locked and unlocked. Oops. And yep, so my code is wrong. You're not going to even tell me where that is, are you? Oh, that's a jerk thing. Excuse me. Alright. I hate when it does that. Where it complains about code it doesn't like, but didn't actually tell you. Icon selection menu CS50? 50 extract icons. Okay. It's just going to be vague. That's fine. Let's track it down this way. Throw a couple of these guys in here. See how far we get. 3, 4. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I should have asked that myself. Actually, all you guys that are hanging out with me, I'd love to hear what you guys are working on. If you're working on stuff, right, or thinking about it. Was it Noob Life was talking about that earlier too. He was talking out, yeah, Noob Life. He was talking about some of his ideas that he was thinking about too. So if you guys want to talk about stuff you're working on, yeah, please, man, please speak up. I like hearing what everyone is doing. It's fun to see what the other guys are working on. I love looking at your stuff and kind of getting depressed, going, I can't match that. I'm depressed now. So yeah, speak up. All right. Oh, it's after 3. Okay, so it's one of these guys that hates. Alright, take another stab at this. Okay. 416. Right after 1. Okay. Stop. Okay, substring is equal to start position string length. Let's see. Island is 0, start position. Okay. Let me just track all this stuff down then. String length. And then start position. Start position, and then also I should probably figure out icon substrings full length at this moment. There we go, and there we go. That's good. Okay. I don't make games. I just work on stuff such as Discord bots. Oh, that's cool. I'm not really experienced with C#. I started with it around 2 years ago. Oh, Discord bots are cool, man. No, that's actually an interesting thing. Okay. So start length position is -1. Wow, how did they get to be -1? I see that you're way more experienced than I am. If that's pointed towards me, well, you got me on Discord bots. I haven't touched that at all. Z-Doctor got into C# a month ago. I got into C# at this point about 3-4 years ago. When I started with Unity, I started with Unity Script, which was like JavaScript, but they started phasing it out, so I had to jump ship and move over to C# reluctantly. Though I had previous experience with Java. Yeah, kind of like Z-Doctor. We're in the same boat on that one. So it wasn't a brutal transition. It wasn't like starting fresh, but it was still a challenge. You know, there was some stuff that you could get away with in Unity Script that you can't in C#. Alright, so why is my string length icon oh, you know what? Actually, I just need length. Let me try that. Why do you hate that? Oh, you wanted it capitalized. Alright, that should fix that. When I tried Unity, I just copy-pasted most of the code as I tinkered with the UI-heavy tutorials. That works too, man. That's but honestly, that's how I got started too. I mean, was looking at tutorials and just borrowing the crap out of all the code that I found, and just sort of like trying to figure out what they were doing, and just kind of extrapolating and making it do the things I needed. You know, so I mean, I never really did the proper, you know, education of how stuff should work, and I never took any formal classes, so I think that's a fine approach, man. That's worked for me. Here, 3, cool. Oh, okay, that's cool. All right, one more restroom break, and then I'm gonna do my last bit here, but I'm gonna keep working. So you guys hang tight for a second. I'll be right back. All right, guys. What's up? So once again, proving whenever I go away, I actually get more people watching. Hey, T's back. What's up, guys? Hey, what's up, T? Yeah, Eliza. No, absolutely, man. Your English has been fine. No, you're really tired. Well, you're still nailing it. Totally understand everything you're saying. So, what's up, T? Glad you can make it, man. All right, so I'm trying to get this thing. Let's see, icon status. Let me see who the culprit is here. So, that one was fine. All right. And I'm just trying to import the badge information from the server and process it so I can display it correctly. That's the objective at the moment. Let's see. Your English is better than Scary Robots. Well, I am, in fact, a product of a public education in the Deep South. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah. So thank you very little there, buddy. I'll get you back for that one. My English is gooder than their thing. Alright, so we're up to here. So this guy is the culprit. Substring. String length -2. String length. Alright, so let's go here to icon substring. Let's see, start position should be. Oh, because I'm cutting it down? No, I'm not. Huh. Okay. So then why is it complaining? I think Uni is complaining just because it wants to complain. Alright. Almost got this dialed in. See you later. Going to get ready to stream my own stuff. There you go. So when I wrap up, I'll go over to Z. I'll see if anyone's hanging out when I wrap up. I will try and do a raid over on your side. Z Doctor, what time do you go live, man? If I'm still plugging away, then I will try and raid you. Yeah, so it's 1, 2. Oh crap, that doesn't work. I can't just use 2. I gotta find the next. I go live in 5. All right. You know, I mean, I normally go to 4, and I'm still plugging away, and you know, everyone's still chatting away, having a good time, and I still got crap that I gotta fix. So I may make it to 5. We'll see. But either way, man. Thanks for hanging out, Z Doctor. Good to see you again, man. And have a good show yourself, buddy. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. So, how should I want to just advance it, but I gotta find the right one. So if I go, say int next comma is equal to 0. All right, and let's say, all right, 2. It did. It was 3 that I hated, right? Yeah, 2 it did. It's 1 a.m. and I'm off to bed. Nice meeting you, and I'll see you next stream. I'll be back. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, I'll be back Friday, man. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate you coming by, and thank you so much for the follow. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, Friday, 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Let's see, you're way ahead of me. So, but yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. I really appreciate it. Cool. See you on Friday. All right, take care, buddy. Yeah, me too. Oh, T, you heading out as well? You doing a little guest appearance, coming in and heading out? Yeah, you gotta be like super late as well, don't you, man? Wow, both of you guys are way ahead of me. Yeah, 1 p.m. as well. Well, thanks for stopping in, man. I'm glad you made it. Good to see you again. Yeah, 1 p.m. No, 1 a.m. Cool. Okay, so it is 2 that I was looking at. So this guy. So current position, no. What I want is next comma. Is equal to that. So let's say next comma plus 1. What did I fix this afternoon? Not a tremendous amount. Unfortunately, I was working on some stuff that broke earlier. I fixed a bunch of things in the last day and a half since I was hanging out. But I've migrated from Unity 5.6 up to 2018, and it did break a bunch of stuff. The scary thing is to share a net, TNet, which is my networking tool. It's throwing up some nasty glitches at the moment that I gotta address. But today was just a matter of dealing with the selecting the icons. So that's it. Wow, I hate to say that, but actually I've been too chatty today. I've been way too conversational. So for the guys that are better at streaming, that can sit there and just like plug away and still like carry on a conversation, more power to you, man. I'm bad at that. But conversation's been great, man. I had a ton of people come by and say hey, which has been awesome. But yeah, whatever I don't fix on the stream, I will definitely be working on some more and hopefully have most of it ready by Friday. Fingers crossed. I would love to be closer to being done. I'm really anxious to get this out the door and let you guys start playing it like crazy and get it totally fixed and then totally released. Okay, so next comma, plus 1 string. All right, let's see if it likes that now. Here, and I'll say icon substring. There. All right. So I'm just trying to extract all the values. I'm coming off of nice, and you see for iOS, yes, and I will be doing iOS version once I get all the big bugs out. I'll set that up as well. But right now it's still Android. But yeah, iOS is definitely coming, and you guys can jump on Test Flight. Jump on Test Flight once I'm set up, and you guys can try it out. 2 substring icons. So it's still hating that. Why is that? Oh, because I'm not setting the string length value, am I? That would do it. Actually, I want to just use him. Length. That should make it behave, shouldn't it? But I want to do 2. Oh, I guess I do because I want to... No, just 1. Okay. That should fix it. I'm feeling confident. No bug this time. No error. Here we go. Customize. Nope. Almost. Alright, let me do it this way. Trying to figure out who the culprit is in this stupid request. Next comma. Right. Icon substring is equal next comma plus 1. Yeah, icon string length minus. Oh, maybe I gotta do more. Minus. I'll just go 3. I'll go big. That should be excessive, and so it's going to be wrong, but at least it won't error out. Alright, I just want to fix this one last thing, and then I'll be happy and be willing to call it quits for the day. Whoa. Alright, now it doesn't like something above it. Really? On substring. Input string was not. Int parse substring. Okay, that's strange because I thought it was working a second ago and now it's not happy about it. Let me split this up and figure out which of these two it's complaining about. Since it doesn't want to actually tell me which line it doesn't like, it's making a bit of a mystery. Oh crap. Save, and then run. Clear that out. Here we go. Really? It doesn't like this guy now. Status icon. Status is an int. Icon substring 0, 1. That is a string. So why does it not like it? It's not giving me any good information here. Input string was not in a correct format. So I'm doing an int parse into an int. Let me try this. Alright. See which part of this it does not like. Frustrating. Really? Okay, oh, wow. Icon substring is equal to start position. String length minus 2. Start position is equal to Alright, I'm missing something here completely. Because that should be a big fat long string, but it's acting like it's being pieced down to just like one character. It's a mystery. Customize. Boom. Alright, yeah, so I have a full string. That's correct. Icon substring. Oh, because I can't do that. Okay. This is biting me because I was borrowing the code and it was a fixed length and I was working off of that, and that was my mistake. So this is what I gotta do. Bum, bum, bum. Next comma is there. So we start at, start at 0, and the length will go for whatever the next comma is. Yeah. Next comma. Figure that one out. So string -2. Try that. That should get us closer, if not perfect. Come on. Okay. Clear. Hey! 10 bits. Wow. Hey, thank you so much, man. That was my very first bits, man. That was absolutely the very first time I've had that happen. Thank you, man. Yeah, I just hit the affiliate status just like a week or so ago. Just at the 50 level. So that is my very first time I ever got any bits. Thank you so much, man. A cheer of 9. Thank you. That's awesome. Very first one. Doomwide. Thank you so much, man. Formerly known as Scribe. Some hype and love. Awesome. Thank you so much. Alright, so we're reaching here. That's good. Good. So this is all good now. So I go icon status, X plus. I'm so close to getting this wrapped up. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like you know, you can either do the copy paste, borrow the other code, or start from scratch, and you know, you never know which one's gonna be faster. In this one, because the string that I was parsing previously was structured differently, and I didn't make the adjustment, that's where it all kind of collapsed on me. Yep, got the right value there. So next comma equals 2. And then you don't like that one. Okay. Yep, we're almost done. So next comma is good. That was good, and it just hates this. Icon substring is equal to just do next comma, link minus next comma. That's smart. That should do it. I might have to do a -1 additional. I always have trouble with that, you know, because the way it starts like with 0 versus the length, and I always end up screwing that up, being 1 short or 1 too many. Okay, here 3. Cool, that didn't work. -4. We got that one, and then it fell apart. Alright, let me just double check. New. Bring this up. Grab that. She's still at the dinner. So I called that one right. 4, 5, 6, 7:40. I said 9 before the food would get there, but man, I don't blame you for being starving. Is this when I should be like really cruel and start talking about how I'm gonna like get some delicious pizza for dinner or something? That's it. Perfect. Okay. That does line up. So it is cutting that down correctly. Alright. And we came through again. Like on substring. Huh, then why did you crap out? It's just killing me. It's not giving me a line number of when it's getting upset about it. Just do it this way. Boom. Here, one next comma. There. So it's strange. It's like going through the loop the first time, fine, and then it hits the second one, and then it craps out. But I gotta figure out which one is making it crap out on the second pass. Reset this, hit here. Next comma is 0. Really? Oh, there it is. Okay. Have I seen any John Wick movies? Yeah, I'd say I saw the first one. Let's see. There's just 2, aren't they? Oh no, there's 3? Oh, it's coming in 2019. Yeah. I did see it. My wife refused to see it when she heard about the dog. So, that's it. She was automatically out, which, is sad because all the other stuff, she loves the whole fighting stuff, man. That's her idea of a great movie, My wife is fun. She loves the action stuff. Honestly, if you ask my wife, if you ask most women, like their favorite romantic love story, they'll say something like Bridget Jones' Diary, or While You're Sleeping, or Sleepless in Seattle, right? You ask my wife, what's her favorite like romantic story? She'll say, well, Terminator, of course, I mean, this guy, he comes back in time for the woman he loves, and then people get shot and stuff blows up. So, she's very cool. But, yeah, when bad things happen to doggies, that's when my wife goes, no, I'm out. But, yeah, John Wick was fun. It was, that is pretty awesome. Yeah, John Wick was fun. It was like insane amount of just like over the top action violence kind of stuff, and Keanu was definitely channeling his his Matrix kind of Neo mentality, just with longer hair, But yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. I had a good time. I've not seen the second one yet. But yeah, the whole John Wick dog thing, that joke, we just watched Deadpool 2, which that was a mess in my opinion. But they actually had one reference to, made by the guy who made the John Wick movie. But yeah, I like John Wick more than I did Deadpool 2. I was really disappointed by that one. I thought that was a total misstep. Deadpool 1 was a lot of fun. Did a great job of breaking the fourth wall, but Deadpool 2 didn't break the fourth wall. It smashed it and just like rubbed your nose in it the whole time, which I thought was kind of annoying after a while. I mean, I did laugh a few times in Deadpool 2, but I just, I thought 1 did a much better job at riding the fence. But sorry, we were talking about John Wick. Yeah, as a fun film. Which is strange because I don't know if it did a major box office. I think it sort of like got a following after the fact, didn't it? It was a much smaller scale in terms of budget. But you can correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Okay, so what I need to do is boost that one. So, next comma plus 1. -1. That should fix everything right there. I just needed to... Yeah. I think that's right. Or do I need to do +1 on the other side too? Yeah, I need to do +1 on that side. No? X comma -2? On substring here. So where's my 3? One, 2, 3, 4. No, that looks correct. X comma 6. Whoa, that ain't right. Uh-oh. It's like it removed other commas. Oh, that's bad. Unless I did a typo on my end. Let's see. Oh, look at that. My fault. I'm trying to fix it in code, and it's actually my fault for typing this wrong. I was missing the commas on the server. So my code was fine. It's just the fact that I couldn't pay attention when I was entering the stuff on the server. So I gotta fix all these. That's funny. I do this for all these jerks. Oh, that sucks. Oops. Yeah, I'll fix the rest later. All I care about is that first one anyways right now, since it's the first island. Alright. In that case, I need to start this guy over. So I can re-download those values. Oops. Wrong way. Say it like that. Boom. Let's see. That is pretty... let's see. Yeah, I like that that it feels like a B movie. Aside from Red Dead 2, the next game I'm on the edge of my seat for is 2077. I'm totally with you if the game can measure up to anywhere near the trailer. I mean, the trailer for 2077 was just amazing. My only concern is that the stuff we're seeing was a lot more scripted than what the game actually turns out to be. Just because, I mean, the level of interaction in 2077 was just stupid insane, right? I mean, all the permutations and the way things can go. If the game can really accommodate all that level of branching, then it is going to just be the most amazing game ever. But if it's one of those things that they knew how to trigger all the special events, you know, then I'm going to cry foul on it. But yeah, beautiful looking game, man. Absolutely beautiful looking game. And I really hope it measures up. But they've definitely raised the bar on themselves in terms of quality. That trailer was fantastic. Uh-oh. Dude, I have one answer for you. Okay. I'm all ears. Or was that a line from the trailer? I haven't seen it in a while, so I don't remember. Crap. Bookmark this. Oh no. Did you dig up another terrible looking video? Oh no, this is gonna hurt. For those that are just coming in, Doomwhite has this gift for finding brutal videos that are just like, yeah. Here we go. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. That's actually that's the thing I watched. Absolutely, and that's what I'm concerned about. It was amazing. I mean, I sat through all 40-some minutes of it, and I was just blown away. But my concern is that they were triggering the events in such a linear fashion that a real user won't do it. And if I'm wrong, I'm happy to admit that I'm going to be wrong. But, I mean, that's just a lot to ask for, I think. Alright, so then why did it not... did I not save it? Global data. He should be fixed now. So then why did you come in wrong? Okay, fine. I'll just go into the character and fix him. This is getting annoying. Stupid typo on my server. And I'm chasing the wrong thing now. Okay, 1241. So let me come over here. Client users. Oh, that's because I did do the wrong thing. Yeah, I didn't fix the right thing. Ah. Concentration, man. Oops. Ah. Typos all over the place. Alright, I just fixed island A and B. And I'll fix the other ones later. I'll make a note here to myself so I don't forget. Move this over to do commas to all icon data on server. Done. Whatever choice you make alters their behavior. At least that's what we're being told. Yeah, and I mean that, you know, if that's the case, you know, fantastic. But I'm just scared because that's so much, you know, I mean, how many times you see that in games where it's like you control, you know, the outcome, but then there's like just this brief deviation, but it always ends up kind of like dovetailing back into the same thing in the end. And that's my biggest concern, is that it'll be more like that, where you're deluded with the idea that you're really changing things, but then the characters kind of dissolve back into the original path. But if I'm wrong, man, I can't wait to see it. Okay. So plays guest. Done. Now it should be loading it correctly, and it should parse the entire stupid sequence. And I will consider that a victory and a good fix in the end. Customize. Select icon. Whoa. What happened there? Alright, now it really broke something. Select it. Oh. From selected icons. There it is. Okay. The good thing is, based on the original Cyberpunk 2020 pen and paper game, so the many paths this game can take sounds almost too good to be true, but CD Projekt Red are definitely serious devs. Look at how well they handled Witcher 3. Yeah, totally good point, man. Yeah, the whole Witcher series has just been insane. So I should give them the benefit of the doubt. I guess it's just one of those things, I've been burned too many times on games that show some amazing stuff, but then when they actually hit, it's like not there. But yeah, I'll be anxious to see. Oh man. Alright. One last time. So I brought the data in incorrectly off the server, so it's completely broken, that menu. So let me just start fresh. I just want to see more. Yeah, you and me both, man. I mean, it looks like a beautiful crossover of RPG meets you know, first-person shooter or third-person shooter. So yeah, I hope it turns out brilliant, man. I mean, you know, Red Dead Redemption 2, I think is a perfect example where they showed so much stuff before it came out that I was down on that one, kind of going, yeah, that's nice, but that's the trailer. But then the game came out and it actually did match. Oh. Really? Such icons. Status. Alright. Original icon status. Icon status. Alright, I guess I was just doing that wrong. I was calling the wrong variable. Icon status. Alright. Just getting exasperated now. It reminds me of Deus Ex, but on an entirely different scale. Yeah, slight difference in the graphics, if nothing else, but... Yeah, Deus Ex, I think, was one of the first games where I really truly felt like I was choosing my path in terms of how I wanted to approach everything. You know, if I want to go stealthy or if I want to just go in guns blazing, which I really do appreciate, man. Deus Ex was a fantastic piece of game. Oh, man. I've still got that broken. Alright. You know what? I'm coming on 5 o'clock. So at this point, I think I'm going to go ahead and just throw in the towel on this. I'm still going to fix it, but I'm just chasing my tail. I need to, like, shut the lights down, hunker down, and make this work without without screwing up so bad. So, man. You're like, graphics, but nothing else. Come on. No, I'm praising it, man. I thought Deus Ex was a fantastic game. I mean, when it came out, the graphics were absolutely gorgeous, you know, for when it did come out. But, yeah, I love a game with good gameplay. Okay, so I almost had that worked out. But, I think I got to backtrack and start clean. So, start with where I am with the server, make sure I got all my data correct, and bring it in. And then actually, it's just, I was doing too much of the copy-paste. I was trying, which, since I'm, like, not totally perfect at balancing my time, so my copy-paste kind of bit me. I didn't pull off as cleanly as I wanted to. Have a good night. I'll try to begin next time. Yeah, thanks, man. And once again, I know you were on East Coast time, and I know you prefer the Vampire Hour, so I do appreciate you swinging by again. And I look forward to seeing what your next name is going to be. Maybe the next one I'll have 85 back in there again. But yeah, Doomwide, thank you so much. And thank you to everyone that has come and hung out with me today. I really appreciate it. I will do the blatant plugs here while I wrap up. But thank you so much. I will be back here again on Friday, starting 1 p.m. Standard Time. 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you want to come out and hang out again, please do. But if you want to reach me outside of my streaming time, you can always find me here. There's my Discord. So please, come on over, join my Discord, hang out with me over there. I'm there pretty much, like I said, if I'm not sleeping or dead, you can reach me on Discord. And once again, in case you missed it, if you guys are Android users, there is the link to play Volley Village in beta form on Google Play. You can find it there. And if you're not an Android user, you can always go to the webpage. ScaryRobot.com. Apologize. And go to Volley Village, and you can actually play the game in a web browser online right now. Slightly dated version, but it still plays fine. But homestretch, I got a scary thing I got to deal with the TShareNet with my multiplayer stuff that is now broken, but hopefully I get that worked out. But in the meantime, thank you guys so much for hanging out. That was that was a 4-hour run. For me, that's actually better than usual. Normally I wrap things up at 4, but I thought I could pull this last one off, but I failed. But I will have it wrapped up and working nicely by Friday. So thanks again everyone for hanging out. Please come back Friday. Hang out with me then. If not, join me on Discord. And that's pretty much it. Just fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed that I can get this done and out the door and moving on to the next project. But until then, you guys take care. And I will see you guys on Friday. Alright? Adios.